any matters that are on today's agenda? No? Okay, so we will move to exclusion of the press and public. Does the Cabinet agree to retain the items listed in Part 2 of the agenda as confidential items as defined by the Local Government Act 1972, and as such to request members of the press and public and any members or officers who don't have a direct interest in the items to leave when these items are reached this afternoon? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. Does the Cabinet agree to the minutes of the previous meeting as an accurate record? Agreed. Thank you. Turning now to my Chair's communications for today. I'm really pleased to be introducing a range of items for discussion this afternoon that again outline our ambitious and innovative policies being put forward by this council to help drive growth, boost economic activity and improve the quality of life and lives of our residents. Our Get Sussex Working Plan is a fantastic example of the benefits of collaborating with our neighbouring authorities. It's a cross-Sussex response to the government's Get Britain Working white paper, with the ambitious aim of reducing economic inactivity and increasing local long-term employment to 80% by 2035. We know too many people are stuck in insecure, poor quality and often low-paying work, while others are excluded from the jobs market altogether. We know that too many young people are leaving education without the skills they need to succeed, and that too many employers are unable to fill their vacancies because of a combination of shortages in available labour and the necessary skills. There are still too many barriers that people must overcome, not only to find paid work, but to reach their potential. And we know some groups, such as women who provide care for their family, still face unacceptable challenges staying in work and progressing in their careers. Following funding from our Labour government, our Get Sussex Working Plan will tackle those issues and reduce those barriers. Not only will this boost growth across Sussex, it will help us to reduce inequality, to improve people's health and well-being, and provide the security and dignity which should always come hand in hand with employment. It will also ensure more money and support is available for those who need it most, but are unable to work for whatever reason. Earlier this month, I met with council leaders and other regional stakeholders and key figures from a range of local organisations for the inaugural meeting of a new partnership board, marking a key milestone in our journey towards devolution and establishing a mayoral combined county authority for Sussex and Brighton next May. Devolution will bring influence and financial investment closer to our local communities so we can decide how to create jobs and affordable homes and deliver better integrated public transport. Of that, I have no doubt. There is so much we can achieve by working together with our neighbours and by taking advantage of the opportunities being created by devolution and the transfer of decision-making and funding to our communities here in Brighton and Sussex. Sussex has so much to offer and to be proud of. And that stretches beyond the boundaries of our amazing city, from Chichester in the west to Rye in the east, from Crawley in the north to our fantastic community here in Brighton and Hove. A united Sussex is a force to be reckoned with. Together we can build on our collective strengths, celebrate our differences and make the most of this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Creative thinking is undoubtedly one of this region and city's strengths. And our city is known worldwide as somewhere which will embrace innovation and balance protection for our local heritage with a modern and optimistic outlook. As a council, we're certainly bold in how we approach local challenges. One of our commitments as a Labour council is to provide residents with somewhere safe and secure to live. That is the very least that people should expect, but unfortunately for many in our city, insecure or low quality housing is a daily problem, which is why I am particularly proud of the decisive action being proposed by this council to right this wrong today. We're planning a bold and compassionate intervention to directly purchase temporary homes for homeless families. This significant move marks a shift in how we're using our resources, prioritising people over property and placing vulnerable families at the heart of our housing strategy. As part of a wider commitment to financial sustainability and social impact, we'll also maximise the use of our existing assets. The recommendations before you today is for the purchase of up to 200 additional temporary homes with an initial investment of £10 million. These homes will offer greater flexibility than secure tenancies, allowing us to support families in transition and help them prepare for long-term renting. No new eligibility criteria are being introduced. Instead, we will prioritise families most in need. Everyone deserves a safe and secure and affordable home, and this council is defiant in its commitment to providing it. Lastly, I'd like to highlight an agenda item which is only partly taking place in public this afternoon. As an open and transparent council, it's rare that we restrict access to proceedings, and only then when there are commercial sensitivities which compel us to do so. This item relates to women's sport and our determination to continue to do all we can to build on this city's growing reputation as a champion of elite women's sport and a hub for active grassroots participation. We know the positive impact that staging and promoting international sporting events here in Brighton and Hove can have on residents and businesses. It boosts our economy, inspires our residents, and brings our communities together. We've seen it before when we hosted the Lionesses during their triumphant Euros campaign, and we're seeing it again following our success as a host city for the recent Women's Rugby World Cup. We're keen to further understand the potential for building on Brighton and Hove's growing reputation as a sporting city. To do that, we need to explore other opportunities for hosting elite level competition and how we can continue to develop the local legacy already established by being home to the most brilliant Premier League football club that we have and hosting previous international sporting events. This is at an early stage, but as plans develop, we will be able to update residents. I now turn to the call over and I propose that all items on the agenda are reserved for discussion. Does the Cabinet agree? Agreed, thank you. We now turn to our public involvement section. And we have a first question about the Housing Supply and Asset Management Plan from Pippa Burley. Pippa, would you like to come up to the desk and read your question, please? Thank you and welcome.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm Pippa Burley. I'm the Secretary of the Sussex County Arts Club and a sculptor. I'm here to discuss regarding agenda item 55. And my question is the Cabinet aware that 3 and 3A Bond Street cottages is occupied by the Sussex County Arts Club, which is a not-for-profit organisation run by volunteers that has offered uniquely priced art sessions since 1944 from the same buildings? And can the Cabinet offer us assurances that any agreement they reach with a prospective purchaser will include suitable covenants, as is offered to independent retailers, to preserve our institution and protect us from eviction and unsupportable rent increases?
Thank you, Pippa, and to Arts Club members, I think, in the gallery. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Pippa, for coming in, and thank you to other members of the Arts Club who also come in, including one of my neighbours on my street that I've just noticed in the audience. It's a really important question, and I want to answer it directly to everybody here. The last thing that we want to let happen or will let happen is risk the future of the Arts Club in this location. We have to be really clear. One of the reasons that Brighton and Hove is special, one of the reasons that I live here and bring up my kids here, and indeed why my parents moved here just after I was born, is the special nature of this city, its creative sector and its not-for-profit sector. So absolutely, we're now going to work with you. I would say that I think the council probably haven't handled the communications well, so we want to apologise for that. You should have been given better notice. I think this could have avoided some of the upset and concern that many of your members have about the future. What we will be doing, and as I've responded publicly and to you, Pippa, is that officers will now engage with you and work out how we can either extend your lease for a much longer time to give you the security, or work through a covenant or a transfer to ensure that you guys can stay there and continue offering that unique and amazing service and make up that unique character of that part of town. So thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Thanks again to Pippa. We now have a second public question on the e-scooter trial proposal, and I'd like to invite Mark Strong. Would you like to come up to the desk and read your question? Thanks, Mark, and welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Sankey. So later, your Cabinet is discussing an e-scooter hire trial in the city. As the Community Works Rep for Transport and Public Realm, I've received messages about this trial, both supportive and critical, including safety concerns. There are clearly many detailed issues to be discussed, which will require a full engagement process. I'm not going to discuss the detail. However, the process appears to be focused on the Council seeking feedback from key stakeholders, including Transport and Travel Partnership members like myself, and major employers, rather than a more collaborative approach. There's no reference to discussion with community and voluntary sector groups, which represent localities or communities of interest. Consultation with the wider public is only proposed after the submission of an application to the DFT for a trial. And this refers to residents, businesses and visitors, again, with no mention of community groups. I'd like to ask whether there can be an explicit commitment included to work directly with community groups at both stages of the process, for example, a meeting with groups as part of the first stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I'd like to ask Councillor Mooton to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for that question. And as a Community Works Rep, highlighting the importance of safety for all in our proposed micro-mobility application, which is what it is. So I just want to really stress a few points you raised there and step through. So safety and due care and attention will be central to our proposal. This is why we will not proceed with any trial until we have undertaken a public consultation and engaged with community groups, including representatives from disability advocacy groups, as well as partners on the Transport and Travel Partnership, which you reference. We recognise exactly the point you made. This is very much a decision to go forward with an application. So may I stress, the paper today's Cabinet meeting is to ask whether to proceed with an application to the Department for Transport for licence to trial e-scooters here, all within careful boundaries set out to protect the rider and the wider public, especially the more vulnerable in our communities. Having permission to proceed does not necessarily mean we will proceed. There's no obligation. A supportive decision made here today means we could proceed if our application is successful. Importantly, the DFT have confirmed that there is no obligation to proceed with a trial, even if our application is approved. As a final decision will rest with Cabinet and will be informed by the outcomes of the wider public engagement. Over the course of the coming months, we will engage and we will listen. Therefore, there will be many opportunities to feedback into design and detail of the proposed scheme. Subject to approval to date for this application will be submitted and the public consultation will soon commence. We very much welcome written submissions from community and voluntary sector groups wishing to respond to the proposal and plan to meet with representatives from this sector. Those meetings yet to be confirmed, but we plan to contact as many as we can and talk it through very carefully. These contributions will include will be included in a follow-up report to this Cabinet. So comprehensive information will be published online and made available to print, including a detailed list of frequently asked questions. Any additional question raised during the consultation will be answered in writing and will be included where appropriate in the report to Cabinet. I believe this is an excellent opportunity to introduce safeguards in a regulated micro-mobility scheme, which we expect to have significant wider benefits, including reduction in car use, greater mobility for many, greater potential improvements to air quality by reduced car journeys, and implications as we move away from illegal e-scooter use in our city. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Eaton. Thank you very much, Mark, for coming today and for your important question. I am now going to turn to member questions. And I believe, do we have some colleagues joining us online? Yes. So I assume we don't have Conservative colleagues with us today. I think we just have Green members. And I propose that I will take two at a time in the normal way. So first up, I've got, right,
on behalf of Councillor.
Great, Councillor Shanks on behalf of Councillor Sykes.
Yes, I was coming to ask my own, but it seems to have got lost somewhere. So I'm asking Councillor Shanks. What's the current council tax collection success rate in year, and how has this changed over the past 2 years?
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Shanks. On behalf of Councillor Sykes, I'll obviously write to you so you've got these figures, but just to quickly rattle through them. At September, the collection rate over the past couple of years was, in 2023, it was 51.67%. In 2024, it was 50.88%. In 2025, it was 50.92%. So it's slightly better than last year and slightly worse than 2 years ago. Just worth noting out that overall, we measure our collection rate based on ultimate collection rate, which can obviously be a number of years on from the point at which it would be owed, and our target is 98.75%, but usually it takes between 3 and 5 years to get to that target rate.
To the background of the difficult financial circumstances of the council, in which we are permanently underspending and recruitment freezes, the administration continues to commit to substantial additional revenue spend commitments that are essentially discretionary, such as early local government reorganisation, a less economic or more expensive option for the new King Alfred Centre, and new senior staff roles to support the political cabinet. Is this a sustainable approach?
And thank you for the question again. Look, I think to say on that one, it's obviously a balance. Everybody knows in this room that the council is in a very difficult financial position. That's what we've got in TBM5 on the report later. That's why we're looking at some asset disposals in a separate report. That's why we're looking at investing in housing to tackle the homeless crisis in another part of that report. We're in very difficult revenue circumstances. What we then have to say as a council is, does that mean that we sort of hunker our heads down and try not to do anything sort of positive or aspirational for the city? I don't think that's a good approach. I think we do have to keep investing. One of the reasons the city's in a tricky point is we probably didn't invest enough in that sort of 2010s austerity period in our assets. The King Alfred is an interesting one that, as you point out on behalf of Councillor Sykes, indeed, we have ended up picking a more expensive option, although actually we think the economic case in terms of returns is better. So the financial modelling suggests we'll make more income from building a slightly better facility. So look, it's a balance, and ultimately the public will end up judging us on whether we've got the balance right between investing in future assets and trying to take the city forward and also managing our revenue budgets. LGR, local government reorganisation, is obviously a national process that all areas will have to go through. And so, as you said, we've gone for devolution as quickly as possible because we think that the devolution part of it, having a mayor for Sussex and the funding that comes from that, will actually help our local area in terms of its vibrancy and economy, but ultimately also receipts into the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks, and thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'd now like to invite Councillor West to come and ask 2 questions.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is question 12 in the papers on the e-scooter trial proposal. Research shows many issues of concern have been identified in e-scooter trials. E-scooter trial problems include injuries to users and pedestrians, especially vulnerable groups like the visually impaired, due to dangerous riding, poor infrastructure, and a lack of awareness about speed and quietness of e-scooters. Pavement obstruction from parked rental scooters, illegal use of private scooters, and a lack of clear legislation have also been reported, causing safety concerns and social exclusion. A government evaluation of scooter trials also showed a high modal shift of over 50% from walking and cycling, leading to concern over the impact upon fitness and health. Given the considerable weight of concerning evidence of negative impacts of e-scooter trials, how does the administration assure that these issues won't occur here too? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor West. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor West, for your question. You raised some important points which are actually central to our thinking in the design of our proposed scheme and choice of responsible partner in Beryl, with whom we have developed a trusted working relationship and has demonstrated a high standard of trials elsewhere. We've gained valuable insight from the breadth of UK e-scooter trials to date, and this latest evidence reflects adjustments to some initial practices is broadly positive. We have no intention to race to the bottom. Far from it. Putting the infrastructure in to protect and make safer is central design and thinking. Obstructions that have been a recurring issue in trials that use a free floating parking model. To address this, we've proposed installing dedicated racks at existing hubs on footways and corrals on the carriageway to reduce street clutter and minimise obstructions. Riders who leave scooters outside designated parking areas will be subject to fines. Design will be consistent with our accessibility strategy and associated policies, including, for instance, pavement width at mobility hubs. To ensure accessibility, we will invite local disability organisations and advocates to independently audit any such pavement sites where new racks could reduce the useful width to below 2 metres. We are committed to avoiding barriers to walking and wheeling, and will seek to amend or even look at alternative locations where concerns are identified. The operator, Beryl, anticipates the cycling may also benefit from this trial. Evidence from Beryl's scheme in Norwich suggests that e-bike hire has increased following the introduction of e-scooters. The indication is that e-scooters attract new users who may not initially be interested in cycling, but who, once introduced to a shared mobility, may go on to explore other options available for the Beryl membership. The paper coming today sets out the proposed e-scooter trial, also draws on findings from the 2024 Como UK Shared Mobility Report. The Como UK is the national accredited body for shared mobility. According to their report, about 26% of e-scooter journeys in UK cities typically replace trips that would have been made on foot. However, the shift is offset by the greater carbon savings achieved when e-scooters replace car journeys. In many areas, these savings have compensated for the reduction in walking trips. The report also highlights key health benefits associated with shared micromobility and for many who use it, more active form of transport. I will outline our approach in supporting police enforcement of illegal scooter use in response to the subsequent question. Thank you.
Thanks, Trevor. Councillor West.
Okay, my second question is question 14, which relates to the points raised in my question 13. So this is about TBM month 5. So paragraph 3.6 lists other options being explored, including the alarming suggestion of stopping so-called non-essential services and using up risk provision. What seems to be missing throughout this is the most obvious question of asking the government to stop austerity and to instead fund a restoration of local authority services that are vital to the well-being of our communities and economy. Why is that action seemingly not included in the Cabinet report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor West, for your question. And yes, stopping non-essential services, obviously something you will understand. That would include shutting toilets like you guys did, and obviously we reopened them. So that's the sort of thing that we've been avoiding and want to avoid in our administration. In terms of austerity, I explained it in quite a lot of depth to you at Audit and Standards Committee, but perhaps didn't sink in, so I'll have another go. Last year's settlement from government, indeed our overall financial package for the general fund, taking into account our tax base and our funding from government went up £16 million on our general fund. That was a 6 or 7% increase. So that was a real terms increase in funding. That's higher than the national level of inflation last year. This year, we're yet to see the final outcome of the fair funding review, but in our medium-term financial plan, again, it's going up by 15, 16 million. So as I've tried to explain, that is not austerity. Our funding is going up in real terms. I think you need to understand what austerity means if you're going to use the word. That compares to what actually happened under the Tories and the coalition government, where we were getting real terms cuts. And indeed, in some years, and we'll set this out when we next publish a paper, some years you were getting cash cuts from our overall general fund. So two things to compare to: cash and real terms cuts to cash and real terms increases that we're getting. The issue, as is set out in the paper, and I would hope most councillors understand, is our demand pressures from homelessness, adult social care and children's services. So it's not a matter of our funding being cut, it's a matter of the complexity and demand on our care budget services going up very, very significantly. And as a council, we have to find ways to mitigate and manage that. Now, underlying your question is, well, why aren't you lobbying the government? We're lobbying the government all the time. We're constantly lobbying the government to think about how fair funding will work properly. And indeed, I think at your last committee that you chaired, I set out some of the examples of where we're lobbying them. We think they should be calculating their homelessness grant differently and basing it on homelessness numbers, not universal credit claimants. There's a whole wide range of things that we're feeding into to ensure we get the fair funding that we need as a council. But even when we get that fair funding, we will still have to look at those care budgets, and that is what the challenge that the authority faces and what we're working through. I haven't really heard many questions from the Greens about how we tackle those challenges. I don't think they're really engaging in it, to be honest, but that is the formal answer. We're not getting austerity. We have complex demand budgets that we need to work through to make sure the authority is sustainable.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor, for that comprehensive answer. I'm going to turn now to Councillor Macleay online.
Thank you, Chair. What safeguards are in place to ensure disposals do not undermine long-term community or service needs? Relating to item 55.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Macleay. So what the asset management plan is trying to do, and it sets out in the objectives and the actions, is the ongoing strategic management of a very large portfolio the council has. It's land and its buildings, which is, as we said before, is operational buildings, it's agricultural, it's commercial buildings, and to make sure that those are sustainable and support the outcomes of the city plan, which include the medium-term financial sustainability, but also the management for services and also the community. Objectives include assets must meet service need. Any proposals for disposal need to be aligned to the overall objectives of the asset management plan and indeed the council plan overall.
Councillor Macleay, your next question.
Okay, thank you. And where you're looking at a 25 reduction in maintenance costs, how will that be achieved without compromising safety and service delivery?
Thank you, Councillor Macleay. It's a really important question. I want to be clear that the figure of reducing 25% is not about slashing the maintenance or health and safety budgets of our buildings at all. What it's about is rationalising our operational property estate. So in other words, we have in broad terms, we have more properties than we currently need for our operational purposes as a council. Now, if we were then to dispose them or repurpose them, people say, oh, well, why are you getting rid of council assets? Which is a totally legitimate question and what we have to balance up. But the bit I think people sometimes miss is that having buildings costs a lot of money. It costs a lot more money than it did 20 years ago, including adjusting for inflation. So big operational buildings, broadly speaking, have 10 large operational buildings that are half empty is a really bad thing for the council to do because you're spending money on spare space. So it's about reducing the overall footprint and therefore the operational budget. Indeed, what officers have said to me is that that actually may mean that we have more money to be able to spend on the maintenance and health and safety of the buildings that we do retain. So it's not about slashing maintenance budgets at all.
Thanks very much, Councillor Macleay, for those questions, and Councillor Taylor. Councillor Hill, we're almost at time, but in my discretion, will grant you 2 questions.
Hiya, I only have one submitted. My question is, will steps, this is regarding the e-scooter trial, will steps be taken in conjunction with this trial to curb illegal e-scooter usage, which is already prevalent in the city? Thank you.
Excellent question, and I'll hand you over to Councillor Wooten.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hill, for your question. I held back part of my reply to Councillor West because I knew you had this question coming. So thank you for that. We're absolutely right. You're absolutely right to highlight the illegal use of private e-scooters as an ongoing concern in our city. Private e-scooters will remain illegal during any trial. Nobody should be nobody should be driven to criminality to try out a micro-mobility option within their travel choices. We also know they're proven to curb some car use as well. So we should not be pushing people into criminality and want to try this option. I'd like to outline additional steps the council is taking to support Sussex Police in their planned enforcement activity beyond those already mentioned. In 2024, there were 33 reported e-scooter collisions across Sussex, all involving private e-scooters used illegally on the public highway. This represented approximately 3% of the national total. That same year, in other UK towns and cities running official trials of e-scooters, private scooters accounted for around 3/4 of all recorded scooter collisions. Working in partnership with the council, Sussex Police have already carried out several enforcement operations in our city this year, including vehicle seizures and issuing fines. The council's transport and trading standards teams are currently working in partnership with East Sussex Fire and Rescue to further support police efforts in tackling illegal e-scooter use. In these partnerships, we are clamping down on illegal e-scooter use and will continue to do so, including should we proceed with a legal e-scooter trial. With our partners, we are planning an advertising campaign in November focusing on 4 key messages. These will be promoted via social media and our Central City event time to coincide with increased police enforcement activity. As in previous years, our Christmas messaging will aim to discourage the gifting of private e-scooters and will follow similar format to past campaigns. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hill and Councillor Wooten, for the responses. We now turn to representations from members. And I believe we have up first Councillor Hill again with a representation on item 53, e-scooter trial proposal for Brighton and Hove. You have up to 3 minutes to present, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wooten, and also to Councillor Sankey. I'd agree with your points, Councillor Wooten, that nobody should indeed be driven to criminality in order to try an e-scooter. We are still seeing, although you talk about the work being done to clamp down on the current illegal e-scooter use, there is still a common sight in my ward, particularly on Lewis Road, of seeing e-scooters being used. Indeed, I also saw a motorbike user last week driving very rapidly down the cycle lane on Lewis Road. So it is a really serious problem, and I think it's partly in light of that this scheme is viewed with some degree of trepidation, I think it's fair to say, because of the prevalent use of these e-scooters that are illegal and unregulated. And so it's understandable in that context that people would be worried about the increase of e-scooters in town, given that they have often been used in a way that has been unsafe. And that's also true not just of how they're used, but also the batteries in a lot of the illegal e-scooters, which have been known to cause fires due to the lithium ion that's within them. So I think it's important that we support Lord Redsdale's bill that's going through the House of Lords, which looks to regulate the usage of e-scooter bikes and batteries. Now, I understand that the type of battery that would be used in this scheme would likely be safer, but I think it's important to give that reassurance and information about them. And also about the fact that it is still something that can be damaged and does present a fire risk as a battery that can be damaged and cause a fire risk. Like yourselves, I think it's important that we do support a modal shift, and where there's a possibility of achieving that, then that's something that's worth being explored. I think that the e-bike scheme has in some ways not reached its full potential due to issues of cost, and so it was interesting to hear in the report, the talk in Norwich about the fact that it hasn't cannibalized the e-bike scheme and kept the amount of people using that scheme high is positive. I think we've seen in Southampton a different provider for both the e-scooter and e-bike schemes, and that's probably not been the most effective way of doing things. So I think continuing to use Beryl hopefully is the most sensible option if it's going to go ahead. I think the important thing with this is, as a new system, something that people aren't very familiar with, there is a need to ensure proper training, and I think that's something that needs to be rolled out. I think that we need to recognise that there is going to be certain amount of poor parking and improper use of this, and so there needs to be proper understanding from people who are starting to use a scheme about what their responsibilities are, and do have a good conversation with residents before proceeding with this, as it's very important that we listen to them before making any final decision. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hill. And I will now turn to our second representation from Councillor Maclay. Again, Councillor Maclay, you have 3 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. When I first put my name down to speak on this item, I wasn't yet aware of the proposed sale of 3 Bond Street cottages under the Council's Corporate Asset Management Plan. Glad to hear some really positive words coming from Councillor Taylor earlier. To some, this is just a building. However, this building houses several artist studios and the Sussex County Arts Club, a volunteer-run institution that has been part of Brighton's creative fabric since 1944, which we heard earlier. It is home to around 500 affordable art classes each year, providing vital training to local artists and makers, supporting mental health and fostering a strong sense of community, particularly through intergenerational activities such as life drawing. These classes are incredibly good value for the city. They receive no public funding, pay rent to the council, and deliver services that would otherwise require public investment. I want to thank Councillor Taylor for his response yesterday to this quite desperate situation, granting some assurance that council officers and commercial agents will be in contact with the Arts Club to discuss the extension of a lease to ensure their security going into the future. But this situation highlights my broader concern, the loss of council-owned assets. Selling public buildings to private or corporate interests may offer short-term financial relief to Brighton and Hove City Council, but it often comes at the cost of long-term social value. Once sold, these assets are gone, and with them, the community spaces, services and opportunities they support. Raising capital through asset sales to support housing is of course important, and buying existing buildings for housing, especially for temporary accommodation, is an effective move. The Greens have always supported this, and we continue to, and would call maybe for a higher proportion of those purchases to be allocated to temporary housing. However, the proposed 50 million in asset sales feels like selling off the family silver, and with a Labour government in place now, we should be demanding proper funding to meet our statutory obligations, not be forced into privatising city assets. I'm also concerned about recommendation 2.3 and what this means for previous commitments to reinvest proceeds from the Downland estate back into the Downland estate. And this is a step backwards, I would say, for our carbon neutrality and biodiversity goals. Brighton and Hove's identity is rooted in its creativity, community and care. Let's not erode that by selling off the very spaces that nurture it. And I urge the administration to reconsider the sale of 3 Bond Street cottages to ensure continuity of our arts and community spaces for future generations, and to consider community asset transfer to enable the community ownership and management of publicly owned buildings. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Maclay, for your representation. I am now going to move us on to our substantive reports for today. And first up, I think we have Get Sussex Working Plan. And I'm going to ask Councillor Daniel, please, to introduce his report.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and persuade you that a plan with words like vision and enable and empower is an exciting thing and not something everyone should roll their eyes over. And I'm hopefully going to persuade you that it is already making quite the difference. I know that people can feel that after a decade or more of managed decline, that these plans have fine words but no action, but this plan has both the fine words and the action to back it up. I hope to explain as well how it's already making a change, but how that change will rapidly intensify after the mayoral authority is established. So the Get Britain Working white paper is one of the three pillars the government have to grow the economy. So the three pillars are an industrial strategy and growth plan, make work pay plans, so some of the things around work rights and security for people that work, and reforms to employment support. And Get Britain Working is basically that third pillar, the reforms to employment support. Get Sussex Working is, because we're on the fast track to become a devolved area, is our plan to develop employment support that's tailored to Sussex, tailored to the people of Sussex and to the employers of Sussex. This plan and the implementation detail that's within it is a blueprint for action ready for the new mayoral authority on how to deliver support tailored to our communities and businesses. The overarching target is to increase long-term employment to 80% by 2035. I would hope that we would get there sooner and that we have a mayor who shares that ambition. Our current rate of employment is 76.6. So that kind of gives you a where we are, where we need to get to. I should also say that one of the key drivers and I guess problems that the government is trying to solve in bringing this work forward is that they are worried that unemployment, particularly of people out of work due to long-term sickness, is growing and much more than countries like us. We have 2.8 million people out of work due to long-term sickness, and 1 in 8 young people aren't earning or learning, which, as you said in your chair's comms, Chair, it is not right. Every child, every young person should have an aspiration and ambition and an offer that matches their needs and dreams. So the development of this 10-year plan was co-created by the top tier authorities and involved health bodies, the Chamber of Commerce and the DWP. And it will then be submitted to the DWP for sign-off. And it's critical that the plan has that sign-off, not just from us as authorities, but health and business, as more investment will flow through the mayoral authority rather than Whitehall. There's often the idea that money is being taken from us up to the mayoral authority, but this is very much about money coming from government to Sussex to make our own decisions on. And some mayoral authorities have already been given, that exist now, have already been given funds to commission NHS services. And I would really love to see that here so that we could match occupational health, physios and other support with our employment support workers and really make everything happen at the same time rather than people languishing on waiting lists where they haven't been seen by the person they were supposed to be seen by as their employment support offer runs out. So I think that locally we know within this plan that neurodivergent people are a particular group who have barriers to work, and having specialised occupational health for them alongside that support would make an enormous difference and be a game changer. We also have an issue with the over 50s with growing unemployment in the city for the over 50 cohort. Now, their barriers, particularly around health and employment, might be to do with menopause support or musculoskeletal services, so physios working with them, as well as improving their confidence through our skills offer.
And we do need to bear in mind the skills offer of our local employers and us as commissioners of services to ensure that we're joining all of that up with the employment support offer. So as you can see, we have a smart plan with key KPIs. In Brighton and Hove, we would need an increase of 7,140 people to come into employment in that 10-year period. I think we can do it sooner. I certainly hope so. And in our city, there will be a real focus on, amongst other people, young people, people with disabilities and sickness, over 50s. And my next step there is to explore some sort of over 50s job fair and other tailored ideas to build confidence around moving forward, where people may feel like the job fairs we run are more aimed at younger people. In our city, 15,200 people are economically inactive and want to work. So there is that willingness and readiness. Of those, 8,800 are claiming benefits. So it's not true to say that everybody who's ready to work or inactive is claiming benefits. I just wanted to make that really clear. And I also want to say that we are already in a really good position to deliver in the city. Youth Employment Hub is in year 5 of funding, and it's working really well. And I look forward to that growing, especially with the Youth Guarantee Scheme. Our skills boot camps have been an exceptional model, and I'll just bring that to life with childcare. So there's childcare skills, and working as one council, officers have worked with commissioners of childcare to connect learners with employers and make sure that that is working. And that's the vision. We just need to scale that vision up. So this month, the government awarded our city 4.7 million of employment support, which will provide 12 months of support for participants, largely with barriers to employment, really levelling the playing field for people with disabilities who are ready to work but need that help. So like I say, we're not waiting for the plan to ink to dry. We're already underway. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Daniel, for that really excellent and illuminating presentation. Comments or questions from members? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Daniel, my co-councillor. So I wholeheartedly welcome this programme. Prior to being elected as a councillor, I was a volunteer member of the Prince's Trust. So I have first-hand experience of the difficulties faced by young people looking for work. So in the report, you state that there are 6 clear ambitions, which are to build the skills and the employment infrastructure, address the needs of diverse resident groups, develop inclusive workforce strategies with employers, respond to place-based needs, embed employment and skills in decision-making. But what can we here at Brighton Hove City Council do to assist that? Well, we can work with our procurement colleagues to look to see how we can bring skills boot camps into the social value requirements for our council tenders and building projects, and to integrate skills boot camps into our major procurement tenders. Thank you.
100% agree, and I'm really looking forward to working with you on that, particularly because you are forensic in going through those agreements and making sure that the detail actually happens. So I know that if you say it, I can take it to the bank. So I'm really pleased for your support there. And I'd also say that the voluntary sector has a really big role to play there as well, in terms of offering placements and opportunities to build confidence. And in grant giving as well, there's an opportunity to think about, how all of that connects. So thank you so much, Councillor.
Thanks both. Councillor Robin.
Yeah, I've got a very small question to start with. On page 9, key performance indicators, the employment rate between the 16 to 64-year-olds. It seems to me this is a 10-year plan, and already the retirement age is up around 67, 68. So I would have thought you would have been looking at 16 to perhaps 70-year-olds rather than 64-year-olds. That seems to, you missed sort of 6 years at the top end of it. But the thing that interests me, and has always interested me, is the real need to get apprenticeships going, particularly in the construction industry. All my adult life, I called on painters, builders, various other construction workers, and there became a almost emptying out of any sort of apprenticeships in that sort of industry. It's a noted fact that only 8% of the construction industry are actually female, which I think is shocking, really, because that includes right across architects, surveyors, whatever, you know. So I think there's a big job to get female workers into the construction industry. I also think that where we're badly affected in Sussex is that when I used to call on a big building site where there'd be lots of work going on, I'd find plasterers from North London, I'd find painters from Wales, I'd find electricians from wherever in the West Country or whatever. I mean, when we employed Mears to do the council work, they employed a company from Liverpool to come down to subcontract all that out of them. And I think it's important, and I don't know if when we talk about a county-wide mayor, there's anything that could help with. But it's important that if there's work to be done in Sussex, it's done by Sussex firms and not from people coming into Sussex to do the work, often from areas where it's perhaps the living is cheaper, so they can employ people for less money who on a Friday night get a wage packet and take it all back to where they come from. So I do think there's lots of work to do, and you know, I'm particularly been passionate to see many more young people come into those construction trades and learn a trade which would be with them for life, and hopefully make them very rich and wealthy. So that's my comment and my small question.
I think the age point is worth making, but I think the reason it's that is just as a data comparison, so that data can be compared to previous years, and so you can measure performance rather than it's a cut-off and we don't care about anyone who needs support into work older than that. So hopefully that's reassuring. In terms of the next part of the question, I knew we'd come on to paint at some stage. So I'm glad that you weaved that in. And what I would say is that with Steve Reed's Build Baby Build, there's never been a better time to get into a trade, because it is now going to be the time where big projects are going to be happening all over the country. And I definitely want Sussex to be built by Sussex. And I hope that those skills are, wherever possible, local. And I would encourage you to get down to Backer to see their trades courses that they do, and the absolute brilliant work they did. And I think that you need to probably visit even more so, because I saw carpentry, plumbing, bricklaying, plastering, but I'm pretty sure I didn't see any painting. So I think maybe you need to go and be an ambassador for the painter and decorating industry. Thank you, Councillor.
Just quickly come back on that. There certainly was a painting section down there. I used to sell them a fair amount of paint and brushes to put it on with.
Thank you both. And just to add, we'll come to it later in today's agenda, but obviously a key part of what devolution is going to bring us is complete devolution of the adult skills budget. And so the opportunity to really align Sussex-wide as well with those key areas like construction. You know, there's areas where we know we've got huge gaps, and I think Councillor Robbins has explained exactly in stark terms that exists for construction and other manual roles. And then even in areas of relative strength, like our digital industries, we are facing skills gaps and shortages. So we need to decide as a region where our areas of strength and weakness are, and then make sure we've got a holistic plan for skills that joins all of that up to deliver. Councillor Taylor.
I wanted to follow on from that, really, which is that we were at an event last night on the housing crisis in the city, which we're going to come on to later, where on the panel was myself and someone from a housing association, someone from a developer, someone from the sort of policy side. And a number of them said that they're flagging, including to government, that if you want to build 1.5 million houses in the time frame they're talking about, they don't think we've actually currently got the workforce and the skills to deliver on that, even if you can find the sites and the money. So it's a really key point. I think Councillor Daniel has been doing a really good job of pushing this point, which I think we have to sometimes also how we think about skills, employment and further education. And I think the government has sort of signalled this now, isn't it? Which is, I went to university and loved university and it worked well for me and I got a career from it. But university isn't the be all and end all of it. And indeed, there's lots and lots of really skilled and important jobs, including in this city, in the arts and creative sector, in the digital sector, and in the construction sector, that are not about university degrees. They're about sometimes vocational training. And I think there does need to be a bit of a change to that. More broadly, what I wanted to say was, I think it's great that this is already a Sussex-wide plan. And that makes sense because actually we know from our data that we've looked at as part of DEVO and LGR that the work and travel patterns are very connected with a sort of greater area of Brighton, and that many people come into the city for employment, but obviously they're educated in outside of the city, and indeed there are people that go from the city to Gatwick and to Lewes for employment. So I think it is good that we're thinking about it as a Sussex-wide plan. And then final point is that we've got to see this as part of an overall plan, both regionally and nationally, to try and transform and improve our economy. And it's one of a few really important cogs, the skills agenda, the getting people into work agenda, and also the creating of quality, well-paid jobs agenda from the Employment Rights Bill, but also devolution and those economic plans. It's worth reminding ourselves that if we zoom back into this city, in a nutshell, the real problem that we've got in this city is that house prices in our housing market are so high, so unaffordable, and our local jobs and employment market doesn't really match that. And so you've got a zone 1 or 2 London housing market in the centre of town. There are some very well-paid jobs and there's some commuter jobs that are well-paid, but actually a huge number of jobs in our city are retail and leisure that are typically quite lowly paid, and the two things are totally out of whack, which is why we have such a big homelessness issue. And then equally, there's areas of our city on the outskirts where there's very little employment locally in those areas. And then, as I say, there's not a huge amount of gainful employment in the centre of the city. So we've got to see the two things together, also with the housing crisis and also with devolution, in trying to transform our economy and create more employment, whether it's public sector, private sector, third sector, in all parts of our region. So I think it's important the way we're thinking about that, and I just want to thank Councillor Daniel for her work on it.
Councillor Miller.
I'd like to thank Councillor Daniel for what I think is an exciting report, and despite the language, and I'm particularly excited about it because as I spend a lot of time speaking with tourism employers and hospitality businesses, and certainly one of our leading businesses, one of the things she highlighted the first time I spoke with her, she's the CEO of one of our bigger hospitality chains in the city, and is the difficulty of finding suitably qualified staff, because of course not all jobs in hospitality are entry level. There's a need for qualified sommeliers, a need for restaurant managers, maitre d's. There are chefs. We have actually, it is seen as something that is very entry level. Actually, there is career progression, but we need to provide that training. We need to actually give the skills training so that people can develop them and find a way to build a career in this sector, because it is a great sector to work in. But you do need skills like in any field. So I think this is really, really exciting.
Agreed, Councillor Miller. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? If not, our Cabinet happy to agree the recommendations in the report. Agreed, excellent. And thanks again, Councillor Daniel. Really good job. Okay, our next substantive report today is on devolution for Sussex and Brighton. And I would like to invite Councillor Hewitt, our Cabinet Advisor on devolution and local government reorganisation, to present the Cabinet report.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be doing my bit for the city's recycling rates this afternoon by revitalising parts of my speech from Monday evening. I know that everyone enjoyed it so much then, it makes sense for me to say parts of it again. Firstly, I would like to say thank you to the officers who have worked on the papers which are before you today and for their continued work on this. Cabinet, today you have the opportunity to grant consent for the Sussex and Brighton Mayoral Combined County Authority to be established. Doing so will enable our region to join the other devolved areas in England, which will help to drive economic growth, improve living standards and strengthen public services. Following an application to join the devolution priority programme and a public consultation, we welcomed the government's decision to move forward with plans for devolution in Sussex and Brighton and have begun collaborating with partners across the region towards the creation of a new mayoral county combined authority. Devolution is central to the delivery of Brighton and Hove City Council's ambitions set out in the refreshed council plan and commits the council to seek to maximise the opportunities offered by devolution for Sussex and Brighton. Work is already underway in preparation for this. Last Friday, Councillor Sankey, alongside the leaders of East Sussex County Council and West Sussex County Council, chaired an inaugural Sussex and Brighton Devolution Partnership Board, bringing together senior partners from across Sussex to working together to maximise the opportunities presented by devolution. And in addition to this, the three councils have also appointed an interim chief officer to guide the early development and creation of a new mayoral combined county authority. Mark Rogers has extensive experience in the creation of combined authorities and has played pivotal roles in the formation of three authorities around the country. As you all know, the 7 areas which are being devolved down from central government are transport and local infrastructure, skills and employment, economic development and regeneration, housing and strategic planning, environment and net zero, health, well-being and public service reform, and public safety. Having these decisions made in Sussex for Sussex will ensure that the decisions will be made for the urban, rural and coastal communities in our great county. Our preferred model for local government reorganisation, which we submitted following last month's Cabinet meeting, will complement this, as it will allow 5 areas of Sussex to have their voices heard at the top table. With these new powers, significant funding will be secured by a new 30-year £1.14 billion investment fund, which will be able to support the agreed regional priorities. Funds to support the establishment of the authority and reimbursement for election costs will also be in place. At full council on Monday, we had some useful contributions from members, which I'm sure you will take into consideration before making your decision today. Not least the deputation from students from Basvick College, who really captured the essence of what devolution can bring to our region. These new powers will make great differences to residents in our city in conjunction with your Cabinet portfolio briefs, and I look forward to hearing about the benefits these will bring. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hewitt. Excellent job today and on Monday. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much for this report, and it is very welcome. From my point of view, particularly a significant benefit of devolution is that it will guarantee quicker and easier access to Homes England grants and funding. This will speed up our ability to build more genuinely affordable homes, which are so badly needed. And this can only be a good thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. completely and fully agree with that. We know that in the southeast, we have one of the worst housing crises in the country, huge amount of pressure on housing. And we also know that because we have, in relative terms, high land values, at the moment we sometimes miss out, don't we, from national grant funding for affordable house building, because it is currently possible to build more houses for the same money in the north. But it's very important that we build the houses where the need and the demand is. And so I think having that budget devolved down to us could be a real game changer in terms of our housing crisis. Lots of hands. I'm going to go to Councillor Okins next.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Hewitt. I know what an unbelievable amount of work this has been for you and the team, and yeah, Tom and other officers who've been involved in it in a relatively short period of time. It's really quite exciting to my mind to finally be at the point to be, sort of signing off the consent for this to become a reality. I just want to reflect a little bit on, my experience over the last few months, which is quite a different one depending on who I'm talking to. And in broad terms, what I'm saying essentially is that when I've been speaking to businesses, organisations, voluntary sector, charities, and those kinds of organisations, that they tend to see the benefits of devolution and are quite excited by it. And sort of conversely, I suppose, just speaking out and about to residents, it feels like we've got, we still need to be having that conversation, and that there's still quite a lot of, not necessarily cynicism, but certainly not really understanding it, not really understanding the benefits of it. And who can blame them? Because we've never had it before. The South East has been, when you look at a map of the UK and where the devolved power is, the South East is a really sort of notable absence in terms of any kind of devolved power outside of London. So, just to be really clear, in a nutshell, what devolution is about bringing power and money and decision making from Westminster closer to communities, and that's the bottom line. And when I look around the country over recent years, many of the sort of big ambitious things that I see happening around the country are happening in devolved authorities and as a direct result of those powers and spending being devolved. And that that includes integrated transport and tackling homelessness at scale in Manchester, or the amazing work on skills and employment that's been done in Bradford. And the UK generally, aside from the South East being an outlier in the UK, the UK is an outlier in terms of sub-national decision making and spending. In other words, decision making and spending that is done at a lower level than national government. And when you look at the sort of advanced economies, and I'm stealing a lot of these stats from Councillor Taylor, so I apologise in advance if you're about to reel some of these off as well. But look at elsewhere in Europe. I mean, Sweden, Scandinavian countries are often on a pedestal, aren't they? People think of them as these really socially progressive, amazing public services and stuff. Sweden administers 45% of its spending at a lower level than national government, and that's compared to our 20%. The USA and Spain also up at about 45%, Germany at 40%, Belgium, Australia, South Korea, Japan, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, Italy, all administering more of their spending and decision making at a lower level than national government. And when you look at economic affairs and economic development, the difference is even more stark. Germany, for example, spends about 65% of its sort of budget and spending power on economy and economic development at subnational level, compared to our 24%. And the economy in Sussex and indeed here in Brighton is unique and has unique challenges that I think, I don't think it's controversial to say that we understand those challenges better than ministers and civil servants in Whitehall do. And that's, our economy in our city is unique, but referencing some of the things, again, Councillor Taylor mentioned earlier, that huge disparity between house prices here and the cost of living here compared to wages. I think the average house price here in terms of purchase is now £428,000, and the median salary I think is between £32,000 and £33,000. So, you know, I'm certainly sold on the benefits, but I think we all need to really be having these conversations with residents in particular and pointing to some of the successes and perhaps asking the question, which, you know, I like to approach these things from the perspective of if they'd already been in place for some time and you were trying to reverse it, how would people feel about it? And I think, I've not tested this myself, but I think that if you went to Manchester or Liverpool or indeed the devolved nations like Scotland, for example, and said, hey, how about we take away your devolved power and give it back to Westminster, I think you'd have a very difficult conversation on your hands. So I'm really excited to see this coming forward. I think it's a really exciting time for local government, and I can't wait to see what opportunities are unlocked over the coming months and years and decades.
Councillor Taylor.
Well, I just want to build on that from Councillor Okins, really, which is, as he says, we're one of the most centralised countries. Now, we're also one of the most unequal countries in Europe and indeed the rest of the advanced economies. If you take our Gini coefficient and our income and wealth inequality, we were actually a very equal country in the 1970s, and post-Thatcher we became very economically unequal, and that hasn't hugely changed over the last 30 years. Now, the interesting thing about that economic inequality is a sort of a national picture or story about what that's all about is really deprived areas in the north and really affluent areas in the south. London's this runaway success, and then there's towns that have been left behind. That is true, but actually that's only half of the picture. Just as interesting and important, but not talked about, is the huge economic inequality within relatively small local areas. If you look at the indices of multiple deprivation data and the maps that are associated with it, some of the cities in the south, Brighton, Bristol, Oxford, Southampton, paint this really unbelievable picture of really concentrated areas of the least deprivation, i.e. the highest levels of affluence, huge high levels of higher education, and then not far away, areas of real concentration of deprivation. Now, you might say, well, what does that matter? That means you've got a mixed city. Well, actually, it doesn't mean you've got a mixed city. It means you've got really quite segregated areas by income and wealth inequality, and the consequences that flow from that, back to what Councillor Daniel was talking about, skills, then over to housing and the cost of housing and the impact that has. Then we look at health inequalities, which we know in the city we have very high health inequalities of people in Whitehawk and Moulscombe having significantly lower life expectancy than those in the centre of town. And so then you say, the point I want to make is it's not actually in the formal powers of devolution, but something that we might want to think about and lobby on in future is, should the mayor be given formal powers to tackle economic inequality in their region, and should they be given funding to look at that? It can be implied in a lot of the powers that the mayor will get on housing and skills, because that's one of the best ways to do it. But I'm going to be lobbying for and advocating to the mayors of all party that they need to be thinking about making Sussex more equal in the ways they use devolution. Now, why is that relevant to devolution? Because what we've tried to do here on a local level, I'll rattle off a few things. We introduced the first schools policy in the whole country where a single local authority gave priority admissions to those children on free school meals, so that they would get a chance to apply for other schools in the city because they're in from a deprived background. We provided free vouchers for those people who are educated at home that would otherwise be eligible for free school meals, but they're educated at home because of disabilities. We're going to give them those families vouchers because that's what they're entitled to. We've changed bus routes to make sure the cities can be connected. We created a fairness fund so that we could target the funding at those most in need. And why am I saying all this? Because local authorities and local government have a much better chance of directing things at their local communities than national government ever can. National government has a vastly important role in fixing our economy and making us more equal through overall tax and spend. We know that. But really targeted interventions, really trying to shape local economies, in my opinion, can only be done by local and regional government. That's what the Sussex Mayor can, in theory, do, and it's now all of our jobs as residents of Sussex to shape that mayoral authority and push for policies to make our local area better. But if we at least have the powers, we'll have the chance to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. I've got Councillor Miller next, I think.
Yes, as
I would like to speak about the impact on culture, but also like to echo a lot of Councillor Taylor's comments. I think I absolutely agree with everything he's saying. And I have always found, I grew up in Canada, I have a lot of family in Germany, which has a very devolved form of government, with the Länder having a huge say in and huge tax raising powers and working in their regional economic development. And I've always found extraordinary that this country is so centralized. And I completely agree that the levers aren't there and the knowledge isn't there, because central government is too remote from those very local problems and those very local skills shortages, housing shortages, transport issues. So I would just like to echo all of that and say how much I agree with it. But I also think for culture, I was at a Labour Party conference like a lot of us, and I actually had a day and a half of being a tourist because I've never really got to Liverpool. And bearing in mind that Liverpool as a city region is 200,000 smaller than Sussex, it's extraordinary how many national museums are in Liverpool. It's a centre for national museums. Culturally, it punches hugely above its weight. And we are fortunate to have assets like the astonishing buildings in Royal Pavilion, the Brighton Dome Festival Trust. Near us is Glyndebourne. We've got the Towner, and we've got Hastings, Delaware Pavilion. We've got a lot of we've got a lot of extraordinary assets in the county, but it is still, we punch below our weight. And really, we need that vision and that leadership and that voice that a mayor will have, because they can actually represent us in a way, as the whole of Sussex, in a way that when we're all competing against each other, we can't do. We're seeing, we're all fighting for money for Sussex, and we need that overarching agenda to be able to provide that leadership and that vision, and then enable all of us to grow together, because Sussex is amazing.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank Councillor Hewitt for his very hard work with this, and particularly the team of officers who are supporting him and others with this process. And I just want to echo some of the key points that have been raised already as part of this meeting. On Monday at Full Council, I presented a vision for what could be for Sussex in terms of transport, an integrated, affordable, publicly accountable, fair and transformational transport system, not just for this city, but for the region of Sussex as well. I believe this is absolutely essential. Councillor Taylor highlighted the significance of inequality, deep-seated inequality within our city, and how difficult it's been to break some of that. And I believe the key to unlock some of that inequality, give equality of opportunity, be able to get to work, get to school, get to really flourish, is through affordable public transport and integrated transport. The thing about Sussex and Brighton is we've got some good infrastructure, but there is so much more to do. With the announcement that Southern Rail and Governor Thameslink as a whole, passenger railways will go into public ownership and control from April next year, very good opportunity to coincide with this mayoral authority to really work to think how to make the public transport work for the public and be governed by the public for democratic means. I'm genuinely excited by that possibility. And what is more important is integrated. So our transport hubs work together. We get buses and trains working together. We look at bike hire and connectivity within that context as well. We're not solely dependent on the car every journey. I'm proudly brought up in when I was born at the village, but it became the largest inland town in East Sussex, Crowborough. I see the opportunity, not just tackling inequality in our city, but tackling inequality in our region of Sussex, where I know from experience, towns and small villages, etc. There's deep inequalities as well, but it's not larger scale. But we've got to tackle some of this. And although the Regency bus route on the A26 goes all the way from here, Lewis Sackfield, Crowborough and Tunbridge Wells and back again, a very frequent service, is very good. So often when you look around Sussex, you might find a near empty bus driving through a route. And the reason it is empty is because it's only a couple of days and people don't think it's going to work for them if they want to get to shops and back again or whatever they need for their routine life. They're basically forced to having a car to make this work. And I'll tell you why this matters for this city. I'm a member of the in my role as Transport for the South East. It's a pan-regional strategic body looking at all the authorities and we meet and look at the issues within our region. But what strikes me is we can talk about transport, but we can't talk about the integration of how that relates to development. So if, for instance, one of our neighbours, East or West Sussex, is building a large housing estate to meet a need for new houses, as a city, it may be that a number of those people living there are working in our city, or they come in here for their social life or leisure activity, the day out, etc. And so it's vital that we have an integrated strategic approach to transport and infrastructure. So as those developments happen, we put public transport in as a priority. We actually put the public transport in almost from day one, day zero, so that as soon as the first residents move in, there's a bus that connects them. So they don't actually think, well, I can't get out of my house to the shop or anywhere else. I have to get a car. There's no choice. We've got to change that narrative. And that's what I believe a strategic mayor authority can do. Yes, we're leading the way with some of the initiatives we've got to the city. We've got one of the best bus services for a local authority outside London. And I'd like to see that grow and to develop that. So we've got a bus service that works for the region. We're leading the path with EV charging, public EV charging. And again, I'd love to see that spread so it becomes norm for anybody who does need a car, but to plug in wherever they are across this region. And active travel as well. We've done, we believe, a very good degree of design. Well-designed schemes can really make cycling and walking and accessibility safer and encourage more to choose that as an option. And we put forward the A259 active travel route from Hove into Portslade, and it stops at Fishersgate because that's our boundary of the city. But the obvious thing is, well, how does it go further than that? And that's what the Mayoral Strategic Authority can start looking at and building up a transport strategic plan that really works for the people of Sussex. And they've got a voice in that because there's public governance and democratic control over it as well. So thank you for your hard work. And I definitely am very supportive of this. Just as echo Councillor Taylor's, we need the right leadership to really make this happen as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mooton. I've got Councillor Robbins and then I'll come to Councillor Allen.
Thank you very much. I nearly said Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks, John. And it's always great when, Councillor Hewitt, I should say, it's always great when someone gives us their greatest. It's all too often I've been disappointed when I've gone to see a band and they've announced first off, we're going to play our new LP for you. And you think, oh my God. Anyway, but thanks for that. It's good to hear it all again. But I feel that, I mean, everybody's said so much that there's little more for me to say, but I feel I ought to say something about sport. And by that, I'll mention that we've got a first-class cricket team, which is in Division 1. And I'm sure everybody in Sussex looks for the results of Brighton and Hove Albion, the only Premier League football club in Sussex. So we're punching above our weight in sport. And I'm listening to Councillor Mooton here telling you he comes from Crowborough. I always crack on that I do come from Portslade, but I always crack on that it's so. Yeah, I have mentioned it. But it's to show, just to show that I do have a bit of wider Sussex in me. My dad was a Sussex gypsy from up Punnetstown, which is a little tiny place up near Eafield, around that way. And it is, I believe, to be. It's possible to be proud of somewhere like Sussex, the whole of Sussex. When you look at Sussex, you look at Ryde to Chichester, up to East Grinstead. It's such a beautiful place. And I think I've got a bit of Kipling here for you. I know he's not the most popular of poets these days. God gives all men all earth to love, but since man's heart is small, ordains for each one spot shall prove beloved of us all. Each has his choice, and I rejoice. The lot has fallen to me in a fair ground, Sussex by the sea. So,
thank you for that very uplifting contribution, Councillor Robbins. Councillor Allen.
There's always a poet, is our Councillor Robbins. Firstly, thank you to Councillor Hewitt for all the work he's done on this, in conjunction with his work on local government reorganisation, which will complement this really, really nicely. I feel really lucky that I get to be a councillor during this process. It wasn't something many of us were thinking about when we were all standing for election, but I feel really privileged to be able to shape this. I wrote a piece for Brighton Hove News in January titled A New Chapter for Sussex and Its People, and I truly believe this is what it is. I'll be the third to say it, that this is the mechanism by which Sussex will start punching above its weight, because we have not been doing that. We've been fragmented, we've been focusing on different things, and on top of that, the relationship between central government and local government has been really strained, and we certainly felt that when we were in administration under the previous Conservative government. And now that since July 2024, so a year and a half ago, the new government came in, you can really feel that change. There's a clear difference in terms of respect, in terms of acknowledging the work we do and the visions that we all set for our places. And that directly leads on to that trust that all decisions don't have to be made in Whitehall within 4 streets in Westminster, that actually they should be jettisoned out into the communities where we know best, frankly. One area that we haven't discussed much, because it's not actually in our purview, is that of policing, because of course alongside other powers, the Police and Crime Commissioner's role will be merged into the mayoralty, and I'm really excited to see how the mayor will shape having those policing powers alongside that holistic view on housing delivery, transport, things where there hasn't been that opportunity for that joined up thinking before. And I'd carbon copy those comments also for the fire authority. The other thing I really wanted to press was going back to what I was saying about fragmentation. Councillor Robbins did a sterling job of saying what a great county this is. But there's an international airport in the north, there's international seaports in the south, there's universities in some areas but not in others. This structure, this mayoralty, will allow those assets to be brought together so that we can start tackling a lot of the issues in our county, like the climate crisis, like the housing crisis, and I can list off another 20 crises that we're in. We can really start being innovative and strategic about how we address those. So, as I have done from day one, I'll be supporting this, hence why I'm proudly wearing my Sussex flag lapel pin today.
I just clocked that lapel pin, Councillor Allen. I was just admiring it. Any more comments, questions, thoughts, reflections on devolution for Sussex and Brighton from colleagues? If not, then that just leaves me to wrap up to say I could not be more excited and positive about this major development, and I think we mustn't underestimate what a huge step it is we're about to take if we make this decision in approximately 2 minutes' time. This is historic. This is constitutional change and transformation. And this is, at long last, as I think so many of you have brought to light so well this afternoon, brought to life, absolutely potentially transformational for our city and for our wider region in terms of connecting us, tackling the challenges, as Councillor Allen has just said, and ensuring that, I think for the first time ever, or at least in modern times, Sussex and Brighton can be more than the sum of their parts rather than less than the sum of our parts. As others have said, we are so asset rich, the country's second largest international airport. Some of our ports, including Shoreham Port, which is obviously half in this city and half in Ada, is doing, genuinely leading work around decarbonisation. They have a brilliant trust model, which means all of the money that they generate gets reinvested back into the port. They support loads of small businesses. I think they've got about 200 businesses on the port site, and they've got exciting plans around hydrogen and actually thinking about how you link up ports across Sussex so that we can have a strategic advantage when it comes to our position in the country and in the world. At this meeting that Councillor Hewitt mentioned and I referenced in my chair's comms, which took place last Friday in Brighton Town Hall, we brought together the local authorities involved, so all of the upper tiers, East Sussex, West Sussex, us, as well as representatives of the district and boroughs in both East and West, as well as those absolutely vital partners in this project. So representatives from our further education sector, representatives from our higher education sector, the Police and Crime Commissioner, the NHS, all of those key anchor institutions in the region. And that felt like an incredibly positive meeting, when there's just an energy in a room and lots of ideas bubbling away. It was also really clear to me that new connections were being made that just have not been made. And I think, as someone else, I think Councillor Allen put it well, we've been too fragmented across Sussex for too long. So this is a huge opportunity. We must not underestimate it. I'm also pleased to say that the new ministerial team that is leading on this project, I think, is excellent. I've spoken several times in the last month to our new Minister for Local Government and Devolution, Minister Miata Fambulla. She has a deep history in economic growth and devolution and could not be more committed to this, and is very much wanting to get alongside us and work with us, understand the specific needs of our place and help us to deliver and to evolve. So I think that is an excellent addition. And, as others have said, if you just look at how other areas already on this journey are now powering ahead, Greater Manchester, for example, has got the fastest growing economy in the whole of Europe. That's, even in the face of Brexit, that has been achieved in, no small part due to devolution and the fact they're furthest along, at least in England, in terms of those powers making their services more holistic and therefore delivering more and higher quality services and better outcomes. And I think, Councillor Taylor made the point that we should be already thinking about what more we want to ask for from government. So there is a package of powers that is in this bill, the piece of legislation that is currently going through Parliament. They include some new things. So, for example, the duty around health inequalities is new, as far as I understand, not something that existing mayoral authorities have a remit for. So I think that is exciting. As Councillor Allen said, just think about, working on that alongside policing, alongside housing, and what that could mean. But the bill also importantly contains something brand new, which is going to be a power to request, or a right to request. And that means that any established mayoral authority, so any authority that has been in place, I think, for 18 months, then has the right to request from central government any power that is currently exercised by a Secretary of State in England. And I know from speaking to leaders in the north of the country that are already well on the devolution bandwagon journey, that they already have lots of ideas about what more they want and what more they need, and they're pushing government for that. And I think we should also start getting ourselves in that space as well. I'm delighted by the appointment of Mark Rogers as our interim CEO. He has got so much experience in setting up combined authorities and, establishing them in a way in which they can really thrive and get up and running and start doing brilliant things really quickly. I can see the level of ambition he's got for Sussex, and that is, I found that sort of inspiring and really motivating. And then just finally, I'll just touch on, we obviously had full council on Monday, a special full council that was brought forward precisely so we could consider this question of devolution and giving permission ahead of the deadlines that exist because of the statutory instrument and the legislation going through Parliament. That was a great session, really interesting contributions. And obviously there was a vote in favour. I think it's important just to take a moment to reflect on the fact that actually it was principally the Labour group as a political grouping that was so clearly in support of and passionate about this project. The Conservatives abstained, as they so often do, not really prepared to make a decision on behalf of their residents about what's in the best interest of the city, and the Greens opposed, which is what we find the Greens often do. I think, as we heard in some of the questions earlier today, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why don't you just stop? And why don't we think about it? And actually, let's just decide not to do anything. And that's very much their legacy in the city. So I think it's worth just taking a moment to reflect that it's the Labour Party in Brighton and Hove that is pushing this, has pushed this, and has led on this. And indeed, it's a Labour government that is helping to deliver more powers for our place and more investment funding as well. So I will get off my soapbox. Colleagues, are we happy to agree the recommendations in the report? Agreed. Thank you very much. I'm going to take one more paper and then I will give everybody a comfort break. But our next substantive paper is e-scooters. So I'm going to hand over to Councillor Mooten.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I wish to bring to Cabinet today an exciting opportunity for our city, an opportunity to increase mobility, an opportunity to help reduce congestion and contribute to reaching our air quality targets, an opportunity to help tackle the problem of illegal e-scooters speeding around our streets and pavements, an opportunity to lift the standards and encourage other road users to do the same, an opportunity for a well-regulated scheme, not a race to the bottom, an opportunity to address valid concerns about both illegal e-scooter use and examples of poorly designed and poorly implemented trials, an opportunity to encourage more to take up active travel and bike hire, an opportunity to work with a trusted partner to deliver a breadth of demonstrable benefits that many in our progressive city wish to see. So since June 2020, the Department for Transport, or DfT, has granted 22 e-scooter trials. Nationally, to date, there has been some 47 million trips and rising. That's 3.3 million users are registered on these trials, with 24,255 vehicles that can be hired. These e-scooters can be hired connected to these 22 trials. This is a road well travelled, and we can apply the lessons learnt and good practice, and we will. This is not a race to the bottom, no. Our existing bike share partner Beryl have a strong track record with successful and responsible trials ongoing in Norwich and in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, or BCP. In BCP decided not to include Christchurch due to concerns at the time, and keep e-scooters west or keep e-scooters west only of the river boundary that divides Christchurch and Bournemouth. However, their regulated scheme, working with Beryl, proved to work well, with responsible safeguards in place. And the demand from residents, following demand from residents, the scheme has now been extended to include Christchurch, and with many initial fears and concerns addressed. Now in its fourth year, user survey showed a 34% shift from taxi or car journey. And complaints dropped from 23 in the first year to only 4 in year 3 of BCP trial. So that's a good sign, we just follow a good practice. And in Norwich, also, where Beryl are leading the trial and delivering the trial, it was decided, similar to today, by a cabinet decision. Early concerns were addressed and diminished through good design. Collision rates proved to be the same as hire bikes and very much less than private bikes. The e-scooters countered Beryl's lower winter bike hire demand and use. So there was a benefit in keeping their bike hire going because they had the backup of Beryl e-scooters as well, so supporting that. Members in Norwich also asked are now asking for bays in wards not initially included. As with our scheme, speeds were restricted at night time, and they had no higher after 9 p.m. when launched, and now been pushed for those restrictions to be dropped because of the success of the scheme. These are two examples where the trials have proven a success. Demand in an area has grown since they started. I hear the concerns experienced elsewhere. Design and having a responsible, trusted partner really matters, in my view. Overall, in the UK trial, average shows 21% of e-scooter rides replace a taxi or car. But we also 48 to 50% shift from walking. Surveys always show the purpose people hire an e-scooter. So 49% for leisure, 20% for commercial use, and 20% for errands, for instance. Often shorter trips than bike hires, but in these trials tend to be more trips than for bike hires as well. And in terms of makeup, the trials nationally show 71% are used by a male, 17% for 16 to 24-year-olds across a range of trials in the country. BME for England is 12%. And 50% plus of the users earn below the median wage. So our proposed trial is for 300 Beryl e-scooters with safety features that include a good wide footplate width for a safer feet together stance and a passenger sensor, so we're going to not allow a second passenger on these things, so that'll be stopped. Larger wheels, so it should go for safety. A speed control limit of 12.5 miles per hour rather than the maximum permitted of 15 miles an hour. And we would put a night restriction on that to half that, to 6 miles per hour, and we can in fact take it. Not allow them after midnight at weekends as well. So we can really limit and control the use of these as and when we wish. And we have braking for particularly for downhill, and they obviously need to stop with a 500-watt motor and a 20%, and this works with 20% tolerance. So even coming down the South Hove Street in Hanover will be still quite safe. You'll be able to stop. So that's very important. They're noise emitting. One of the things that some people raise concerns about is because you don't hear them coming. Well, let's put a noise emitting on it so they can. The sensors detect pavement riding. I'll come back to that point in a minute. Have lights. They have certified batteries stored outside and safely recharged. So countering some of the concerns about the cheaper illegal e-scooters and the risk that they're likely to they might burst in fire. We're addressing that. And we have a no-go or even a no-go slow via GPS for events. So again, a point I'll come back to. Each e-scooter will have a number plate, so identifiable, and we can work with and have warnings and bans and fines of people who abuse that, so they would be barred from using them or warned of that effect, or fined if they're misusing them. So the sign-up and high restrictions include a minimum for provisional driving license requirement, so you get a full or provisional driving license, and you get a lower cost of higher view proof of helmet and further provisions. There'll be an in-app amplitude test and curfews, lower speeds are discussed, and there's some online training as well. What we propose is 30 initial hire locations, corrals, docks and bays. And what I mean by no-go areas, with geofence boundaries. So using the GPS technology, which is now available and advancing very, very rapidly, we can make e-scooters even more safer. So we can set out no-go on pavements. We can say clearly not to include the undercliff or the promenade, not take them down Gardiner Street when it's pedestrianised and you've got a big vibrant feel to that. We can stop be using George Street and I mentioned already not on pavements, but also we can decide when to use them or not. So we can say not for Pride or other parades. or events. And we can change those even at short notice to meet dynamic conditions. Technology enables this. And we can integrate this with transport hubs, connect them with bus stops on key routes and train locations, so it becomes much more effective. So I present today a choice. Do we apply to the Department for Transport for the permission to set up and run a legal e-scooter trial in our city and to ask residents what they think? So packaged up today's choice is a decision to proceed with a 6-week public consultation. We want to listen. We want to ask what residents think, to engage with disability advocates and community groups and partners as to how to make this work well for all. So, and we have confirmed with the Department for Transport, again, if we apply, and it doesn't mean we oblige to continue. We have the option, if our application is successful, to take the trial forward, but we're not obliged to. We can, but we don't have to. And so the proposal is to do that consultation, make the application, and bring back the results of that consultation to a cabinet in the spring for this trial to start soon after, if approved here, and the consultation reflects support for it. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mooten. E-scooters, comments, questions, contributions from colleagues. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Councillor Mooten, and this certainly has the potential to hugely improve the lives of those less able in our city, and this is why I'm delighted, for one, to welcome this initiative. Now, you know, we've had this long drive to encourage people to walk and cycle more in our city, and that is commendable, but it excludes so many people who are unable to walk far or unable to cycle, and that just isn't fair. And this now brings us the opportunity to provide much more inclusivity to those people. That includes myself. We might not be able to walk far, we might not be able to cycle, but now we're going to be able to scoot, and I can't wait to start. Thank you.
I can't wait to see you on a scooter, Councillor Williams. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Newton for your brilliant presentation, and you kind of said it all. I'd like to say a similar thing to Councillor Williams. So when you first mooted this idea to us, I was a little bit sceptical or have been slightly reserved about it, worrying about the safety aspects. But now you've explained how with this contract, how the safety concerns will be managed. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And what's even more fantastic is it reduced the demand for the private e-scooters, which are unregulated. So like Councillor Williams, I'm looking forward to scooting along the seafront to Brighton Town Hall for our informal cabinet meetings. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I would like to welcome this as well. I think this is a very exciting proposal. I was also a bit sceptical, but I feel there are enough safeguards to actually take care of them all. And I just have a slightly facetious question, Chair. If we can limit the speed for scooters at night, please can we do the same for cars? Because I feel that cars and motorbikes going well over 30 miles an hour at night, when it's more dangerous for pedestrians anyway, is not on. It would be wonderful if we could do that for the whole city and all vehicular traffic.
Councillor Daniel.
Mine is a really small question, but I know as a resident chief geek, you will absolutely know the answer. Why are big wheels safer? I'm so confused. I remember my mum learning to ride a bike, and her mum got her a bike with smaller wheels because she was convinced that that would be less dangerous, although that didn't work, I have to say. She was severely injured in her bicycling escapades. She has the same sort of sense of balance that I do. So I'll be staying well away from both the bikes and the scooters personally. And I think you can all thank me for the public safety that I will be creating in doing so.
I'll do my best to answer that. I think it's actually the width of the wheel rather than the size. So apologies, that wasn't actually made clear. So I think it's to do with the width. A broader width means if it's a slightly uneven surface, you can it's much more stable. I think that's the context. Yeah.
Thank you, Resident Geek. Sorry, Councillor Mooton. I've got Councillor Robbins.
I think the important part here as well to stress is that we are consulting about it. It's not a case of this is what we're doing, and we took the time, and I know Councillor Newton took the time to go back to the people and say, look, if we consult about this and it doesn't go the way we think it might do, can we give you the money back? And they've said yes. So that makes the whole thing future-proof, really. You know, we can apply for the money, we can consult at the same time, we can go with whatever the consultation says, and we haven't lost the thing one way or the other. So I think it's important that we stress that time and time again. Otherwise, I should imagine we'll be seeing some council install dangerous scooters onto roads without even consulting the public. And I think it's important that we let everyone know to add their say.
Really important point, Councillor Robbins, and I think Councillor Mooton, made very clear in the presentation, and it's very clear in the report. This is about requesting from the Department for Transport the powers and to be part of this pilot that they're running. And obviously that doesn't compel us to do anything. So our plan would be that we would still go ahead, consult with residents, ensure that anything we do would be shaped by community feedback. I think, as a number of councillors have said, initially some people, I think, do have concerns. I don't think e-scooters have necessarily got the best rep at the moment, and people are concerned about how they're used. Obviously, as others have said, there is unlawful use of them going on in the city already. And we would really need to ensure, if we move ahead with this, that they are being used responsibly, and that we're using the scheme to try and set the appropriate guardrails and safeguards and mitigations around all, security concerns that there may be. I think at the same time, as others have said, there are so many potential advantages to at least piloting this and seeing if it works in the city, not least the fact that this can reduce pressure in terms of cars and other modes of transport, and all of the potential benefits that Councillor Mooton's highlighted. Have I got any other comments or contributions? I've got Councillor Okins.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a brief one, and just to pick up the point on some of the concerns. And what's clear from the report and from your opening remarks is that a lot of the concerns that you would expect to be there and that have been voiced both here and from other schemes and stuff elsewhere have already been considered and are sort of already in place from day one from the trial, should it go ahead, which is obviously very encouraging. The key word obviously is trial here. This will be a trial, and after that we can either stop it or change it or whatever. There'll be lots of learning that goes along with that. There's a section of the report that touches on this, which I think is paragraph 3.7, but in that paragraph, it references, and I'm quoting here, that there's a reinforcing relationship between micro-mobility schemes and public transport. One of the things that really interests me about this is that, we've got good bus coverage in this city, but there are some places that, where people are not 2 to 5 minutes walk from a bus stop that gets them quickly to where they need to go. So I suppose the question is, how can we use this scheme to sort of plug some of those gaps with a view to trying to reduce car journeys and drive more people onto the wider public transport network?
Thank you, Councillor Okins. I think you've raised a very important point. I touched it in my presentation, but the key to that component is actually ensure we put hubs that connect well with a transport hub such as the bus stop. So we start linking an e-scooter rack in a community, and that the community can easily access that rack and then scoot to the nearest bus stop and connect with one of the main bus routes. And so that's the way it can actually enhance public transport use. And I believe that what the studies have shown is that it does just give that somebody on the last leg of their journey or the first leg of their journey to use an e-scooter. And the hire option is really helpful for that. It just gives us gives that opportunity. So it's about connection and also in relation to train routes as well. So we might be commuting on a train, and again they can scoot down to the station and back again, and save some time. But it's a practical solution. So I think that's the context, and there are some studies that confirm that. Can I just also pick up a couple of other points to respond to? One is in relation to car speeds in particular. Well, this ways is highly regulated, so we can actually monitor exactly what speeds people are going. We can curb that speed by the design. The actual hire scooter cannot go beyond a certain set speed, and that's very much so. It's actually less than the maximum, the 15. So it's curbing at 12.5 during the day, and that we can curb it down to 6 at night. As for cars, we don't have that same control over the private car, but we do need to look at making sure we curb the speeds in general. And one of the things that perhaps is a bit tortuous route, but I do think it's a possible route, as this is open to people who have got provisional license and full licenses. They'll get. I just want to encourage people who are with a driving license to recognise that the highway code has been updated and is refreshed quite routinely. It's always good to keep an eye on that. And I think by hiring an e-scooter, you'd be encouraged to refresh yourself on some of the rules of the road. And so maybe it's an opportunity for those people who do drive who want to try the scooter to get refreshment on their highways code while they're at it. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mooton. Any other comments or questions? No? Fabulous. Can I ask colleagues, are we happy to accept the recommendations in the report? Agreed. Many thanks. Okay, I'm going to suggest that we have a 10-minute comfort break and then return for the remaining 3 reports we've got to consider today. We now move on to TBM 5, and I've got Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we keep it relatively brief, but targeted bad budget management TBM 5 is obviously our in-year tracking of the budget position for month 5, which is August. I think the last published one that we looked at was TBM 2, so some while ago, although the report shows the intervening months. The headline figures, which are set out both in the recommendations and then further on in the table 4.1 and then the graph in 4.3, shows that our in-year risk, i.e. our forecast potential overspend, has come down to 9.4 million. And that's from a position in TBM 2 of 15.4 million, although noting that for the months that were not reported, so 3 and 4, that had come down somewhat. So in month 4, it was just over 12 million. And so that's come down over 3 million in the last month. Clearly, that's good progress. And that's a good reduction, a good overall reduction in our forecast risk for the year. However, I think we have to be very, very clear that we remain in a very tricky position. That is an historically high position. So if we look at the graph in 4.3, having a 9 million overspend at month 5 is indeed high. As high as the previous 2 years, and in the previous 2 years we've had to do some one-off things to bring us into balance by year end. So we remain in a very tricky position, and I'm afraid we're going to have to continue with all of the actions that we have been taking already this year, which is increased focus by the Savings Delivery Board on achieving the savings that we have set out to, or where we can't achieve savings for some reason that was set in the budget because of demand pressures, or that we can't renegotiate something, for directorates to look at other in-year mitigations and financial recovery measures to try and get us back into place. Controls remain on spending and recruitment, and indeed the Chief Executive and Chief Financial Officer are reviewing all recruitment, ensuring that it's absolutely essential to service delivery or meeting a statutory obligation, but otherwise pausing recruitment to ensure that we can try and come in on budget in the year. If we go to the Appendix 2, Appendix 2 sets out a bit more detail on the underlying financial position. And to reiterate, our pressures remain significant in many of the similar areas that we talked about a couple of months ago. Within families, children and well-being, they've made really strong progress. I want to thank Councillor Daniel and officers, Deb, Anna and others. They had brought their overspend down significantly from 3.3 million to 1.9 million, and the pressures remain within family help and protection, so sort of core children's services. But I know they're working as hard as they can on high-cost placements and managing other vacancies. Homes and adult care represents the single largest area of pressure, but of course it is the single largest department because it has adult social care and our housing general fund. The big areas of pressure within that area are adult social care, where it went slightly in the wrong direction, but showing a pressure of 1.9 million. The S75 Sussex Partnership element, including mental health and other services, that's a pressure, and that one may be difficult to nudge down dramatically more by end of year because it's very demand-led and is obviously the partnership with the Trust. Housing general services, that's the big one that we discussed. That is mainly homelessness and temporary accommodation driving that 6 million overspend. It's come down a little bit, and clearly in the next item we're talking about some fairly dramatic measures to try and change the picture of homelessness in this city, but that is contributing to the major financial pressure of the council. And then within city operations, there's actually a forecast underspend at the moment in city operations. And we thank those services for making that contribution to the overall picture. And I know they're continuing to work on where can they make further savings. And then central hub services, which includes all of the non-frontline services, so finance, law, people innovation, leadership team, etc. Some forecast overspend, although it's improved by 800,000 between month 2 and month 5. So those are really the highlights of how we're looking on an in-year basis, and really to reiterate, we remain in a very tricky position. Unfortunately, we're not able to take off our overall financial controls that are in place on recruitment, and we need cabinet members and directors to continue focusing a good chunk of their week on ensuring that we can either achieve the savings we'd set out to the beginning of the year or find other mitigations to make sure we get into a break-even place by year end. And the reason that we have to do that is that we have very low reserves as a council. We have comparatively low reserves versus other local authorities of a similar size, and so we don't have a huge amount of wiggle room to have a big overspend, because our reserves, really couldn't cover a £9 or £10 million overspend. So we've got to try and come in on budget for end of year. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor, and for all the work that you are doing in such a painstaking way, day in, day out, working with John and with colleagues to really manage the budget in the year. I totally agree with you. The progress made in terms of bringing it down, that projected overspend, is incredibly positive. And, massive credit to you and for, officers and managers across the organisation, because we know that this makes delivering high quality services all the more difficult against this backdrop. So really hugely appreciate the work that is going on. And I know, you will continue with that approach for the remainder of this year to make sure we really drive those efficiency savings and don't go over for our budget for this year. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor, for your budget management report. They are always comprehensive, informative and sobering. I'm very worried about the low reserves, which is something we have inherited as an administration. Reading your report, it highlights exactly what you just said, that we don't have that cushion for a major overspend or indeed a major emergency, which would necessitate large amounts of spending that is not budgeted. And so my question I'm hoping Councillor Taylor can reply to is what would be the minimum safe reserves level which we're aiming to achieve? How do we arrive at this figure? And what's the plan to build up our reserves again, given the significant pressures that are on the in-year budgets? How can we be squirreling money away for our reserves while at the same time having such drastic pressures?
So I guess to answer that, when we got into administration, the minimum recommended amount from the previous CFO was £9 million as a working balance, and our working balance is our general reserve. The previous administration had an overspend on their budget. It's been very rare for this authority to actually overspend its budget in the last 25 years, but it happened once under the previous Green administration. So it was a £3.5 million overspend. So that brought those reserves down from 9 million to less than 6 million. I think the previous CFO, Nigel, who was a great colleague himself, said that he felt 9 million, which had been the target for something like 15 years, was actually too low given overall inflation and an increase in the overall budget. And John Houghton, who's the new Chief Financial Officer of the Council, agrees. And so what he's published in the MTFS is a suggestion that councils, there's no magic number, but the councils sometimes think about a 5% ratio of revenue budget to general fund working balance, and so that would be about £12 million for this council. And so I think at a bare minimum, we should be thinking about, and indeed that's what we've set out in our MTFS, bringing up that 9 million to 12 million. I think John would also say that actually, given some of the uncertainties and risks that we face as a council, that 15 million would be a better figure. And so I think we should be thinking in those terms, between 12 and 15 million. How do we get there? Well, we get there by setting our balanced budgets each year, which will include a small repayment of those reserves, and then managing to budget each year, which is obviously what we're striving to do this year. And as I say, it's not about being fiscally conservative at all. It's about saying that authorities, given their nature as public bodies, can face one-off events, and that it's prudent to have at least some working balance. I mean, if you think about 12 million versus the overall budget of the council, which is nearly £1 billion, the general fund is more like 260-70 as a net general fund. 12 billion isn't actually that much, and most private companies and large charities would probably have reserves a bit bigger than that. So I think it is an important thing to do, and that's what we're hoping to achieve in our MTFS.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. And am I right in thinking that we have, in previous years, this administration made a contribution towards our reserve?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been paying it back as an administration, I think, pretty much every year. And of course, we also had an underspend in our first year and second year. So we have been paying back that reserve, which is certainly a good thing. But as we'll talk about in future budget meetings, we know that our budget gap for next year is significant. So we've still got challenges. So we've got to keep going with it.
Thank you. Other comments or questions on TBM5? Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor and John, for the support that finance is generally given children's services. We, as a local authority, relatively low overspends due to unexpected cost pressures, because the service works well preventatively, has outstanding quality, and I think it's been really helpful to have a real intelligent look at what is required from children's services, so that we don't overcorrect and end up causing much more costs in future years. So I think that has been really helpful, and I think having other people that really grasp that as part of the wider team has been supportive, and has enabled that department to really look at getting that overspending under control, but in a way that is not short-termist, but that balances both the short and medium-term objectives. And I'm sure other colleagues are the same, and we have weekly meetings, and budgets are always on those agendas. So we're always looking at what that position is, and what actions are being taken, and really have that opportunity to have that political oversight at that point. So we're certainly taking it incredibly seriously, and trying to be as diligent as possible in working those things through. And I'm glad that it's in some way reducing, but we certainly won't take our foot off the gas on that.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. Councillor Williams.
Thank you for this report, and we all appreciate that the pressures that you're under there, Jacob, with the officers, and nobody envies the position. I do particularly want to bring to our attention some of the strategies that we are bringing forward, which we hope not only will help the financial costs, but also will alleviate some of the human cost of so many families having to live in an emergency and temporary accommodation in and around our city. So we are exploring, as we see on 3.6, we're exploring ways that we can help families move through that emergency and temporary accommodation line a little bit more quickly if we possibly can. We're well aware of the negative impact on children in particular who are in this precarious position, and whatever we can do to help would be very welcome. And I'm really pleased to see that we're working on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Williams. Any other comments or questions? No, I mean, I'll just I suppose, slightly pick up on the point just then by Councillor Williams, and I think implicit in others' comments and comments from earlier discussions today. We are facing challenges because of the very high demand pressures in key services, from housing to adult social care, and to me it so starkly makes the point that if national government and national strategy over a prolonged period of the last Conservative government does not aim to take a preventative approach to social issues, then you end up in a situation where you are increasingly firefighting, and that costs so much more to the public purse. So, the classic example of being our current spend on temporary accommodation. If we had been building the houses and the affordable and social homes for the last 14 years, if we've been meeting those targets that we need to meet, we wouldn't be in such crisis in terms of housing. So I think a number of strategies and initiatives we've discussed already today, from Get Sussex Working to devolution, are all intended to put us in a more stable place to be able to plan long term, to get the investment and funding we need to get ourselves in the preventative space on everything from housing to children's services. And in the meantime, we keep a really strong grip on our finances and keep trying to drive down those cost pressures as best as we can. Our Cabinet happy to accept the recommendations in this report. Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. Our next report is housing supply and asset management. This is a report that is in two parts, because we have a part 1 section and a part 2 section. I'm going to invite Councillors Taylor and Williams to introduce the part 1 report first, and we will have a discussion of that, I think, and then if colleagues want to move to part 2, we can indicate and move into a part 2 discussion. I'll hand over to Councillor Williams first.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. So increasing affordability and increasing affordable housing supply in the city, particularly providing additional council homes, is a key priority for the council, as set out in the council plan and our housing strategy. Purchasing additional council homes complements our commitment to deliver at least 2,000 affordable homes over the 5 years of our housing strategy. And I'm delighted, therefore, to announce that we've identified the opportunity for the council to purchase, ready to move into, 19 homes across 3 locations, providing a mix of 1, 2 and much needed 3-bed properties, with the intention of increasing the supply of council-owned permanent and temporary accommodation to help deliver our strategic priorities. This further supports our aim to increase our housing supply of temporary accommodation and reduce our reliance on more expensive forms of temporary accommodation, such as spot purchase. So using 13 of these homes for temporary accommodation will create a saving of £164,000 a year. This demonstrates the importance of these purchases as a strategic investment aimed at reducing long-term costs and strengthening financial resilience. The report also highlights how we want to go further and faster with the supply of council-owned temporary accommodation, and we are initiating a programme to purchase 200 homes with an initial 10 million allocated, funded by capital receipts. In an increasingly fast-moving target, I would like to see, and I hope we get more of these opportunities coming forward, and we welcome developers, house owners to approach us, because this is the quickest way of delivering affordable housing for the people that need it. We want to be agile in our decision making, which is why we are recommending delegation of authority to our corporate directors in liaison with lead cabinet members to decide on future purchases up to a value of £10 million. These will then be reported back to the next cabinet as this is. Standalone purchases such as these are just one way of increasing supply of council homes. And I'm pleased to say, as outlined earlier in the Target Budget Management Report, Capital Programme Performance Update, we are anticipating exceeding our home purchase buyback scheme target this year. We propose a further 10.5 million of HRA investment this year to deliver additional 30 homes, bringing our home purchase scheme target this year to 100 homes. In addition, we are also delivering new build schemes, including 11 homes at Palace Place for temporary accommodation and supported housing at Brickfields. This blended approach is key to delivering our ambitions, and it's really important that we strive to drive this forward even further. I now hand over to Councillor Taylor for more details.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and thank you, Chair. That was a really helpful introduction in terms of the housing element. We've sort of got two reports in one here, but they're intrinsically linked. It's worth taking a step back, and we've talked about it, but we can't be repeated enough. And let's think about the situation we currently have in the city in terms of homelessness. Our most recent statistics tell us that there are 2,000 households, so that's individuals and families, the number of people will be greater, 2,000 households currently homeless in this city. We're a tiny city, we're only 270,000. Something like 1 in 70 people in this city are homeless and are in temporary accommodation. The breakdown of that temporary accommodation is a mix between a relatively smallish, about 260 directly council-owned units. Seaside Homes is a much bigger amount, about 400. But that only gets us to, doing the maths in my head, over 700. The rest is privately purchased temporary accommodation. And it's a mix of long leased units, which are generally a bit better because they're cheaper. You can take a long lease and then fill it up. Block booked units, which is, purchasing some in advance, a couple of months or a year in advance. And then 500, at the moment, 500 spot purchase units. That means we've got families coming in and we're having to go out almost on the day sometimes or in the week and buy something in the market, whether it's Airbnb or temporary accommodation providers, to put these families in. We have to understand what that actually represents from a policy perspective for this city and for the country, because we're not the only place in the country. There's about 300,000 people nationally that are in this situation. What that represents is a total failure of the housing market and housing policy over 40 years. And to patch up and paper over the cracks of that total failure of housing policy, our taxpayers' money, local taxpayers' money, is being used to directly transfer to private landlords. Almost all of our overspend in this area, none of it is from our council-owned properties. When we have council-owned properties, it usually breaks even in terms of the housing benefit covers the cost of the accommodation. Almost all of our overspend is from private landlords. So what's happening? This city is in financial, really difficult position. We're sort of teetering on the edge of being in a difficult, sustainable position because we're spending so much money to go to the pockets of private landlords to house homeless families. It's a total disaster, and how the country have let us get to this state over 40 years, I don't know. It will be seen, in my opinion, in the coming decades as one of our great failures of policy. So there's the doom and gloom, but what do we do about it? Well, what we do about it is what we're proposing in this report today, which I don't pretend will solve the whole issue overnight, but is quite a dramatic and different change of course. I've been arguing for some time alongside Councillor Williams behind closed doors that we need to make a step change and we need to make a large intervention, because I have believed for a while that if we can purchase more and more units ourselves, that the borrowing costs of doing that purchasing, because you're now buying an asset, will be less than the costs of having to pay for private landlords. And we can borrow because we're a local authority and we have an HRA. And so as Councillor Williams says today, what we're today giving permission for is an initial £10 million allocation of capital receipts to start doing that. We've got a specific set of 19 units that we're looking to purchase, and we're asking Cabinet to agree to a plan for 200 units in the coming years as a starting point to bring those assets into the council, bring the money back into the public sector, and most importantly of all, more important than any of that, our families, our Brighton and Hove families that I have to speak to every week to help and support, will be in more secure council-owned temporary accommodation. That's the bottom line. Now, to do this, well, how do we do it? There's a couple of ways that we can do it. Obviously, as I've said, we can borrow as an authority, but that's where we link to the other element of this report, which is the asset management. Now, as a council, we're as we've just discussed in the previous report, in the revenue perspective, we are struggling. It's very difficult to come in on budget each year in terms of revenue. Our revenue funding doesn't really match our service need and demand. But we are an asset-rich council, and most councils actually in the country are not asset-rich councils. So within that context, we have to say, what strategic decisions do we need to make to switch that situation? Now, this isn't selling off assets just to plug a never-ending financial gap. What this is saying is we've got to change our asset base and skew it more towards the need, and so get the assets into the council that support the families, and in doing so, not plugging a financial gap, but actually reducing the forecast financial pressures that are going to increase over time. So within that context, the report does a couple of different things. As we've said, it is giving permission on the specific set of properties. It's allowing 10 million of capital receipts to be allocated towards homes for families. It's also setting a target that we have talked about before a little bit of 50 million of capital receipts in the coming years. And in doing so, it identifies a number of properties for release for that purpose. And we'll come on to that. One thing I did want to say, to try and bring it to life a little bit, we've had in previous meetings criticism from opposition as to, well, why are you selling off or releasing these assets? Why are you getting rid of these current set of assets that are operational or commercial? So I just wanted to go through paragraph 3.6 in the report to bring that alive. The former Oxford Street housing office is being refurbished to provide 10 homes for Brighton families. Palace Place in the middle of town being converted to 11 temporary accommodation units for Brighton residents and families. Shenfield Way being converted to 3 units of housing. 10 Hangleton Way being refurbished to provide a single family home. Slipper Baths, and others will remember that at one point Bright Start Nursery was in that building, but also a range of offices above, is being converted into 11 units for Brighton residents and Brighton families. Land at Mile Oak, which was previously in a Part 2 report, that's going to be developed to provide 20 new units of accommodation for Brighton residents and Brighton families. And the land at South Downs Riding School at the top of Warren Road between Woodingdean and Bevendene in my ward to be developed to provide 15 units of housing. So that tries to bring to life what I'm talking about when we say we've got to make a switch from our operational and commercial buildings to families for Brighton residents. I want to turn to paragraph 3.7 onwards, and I won't go through every single property that we are in theory permissioning to repurpose or dispose of. There's a couple of big ones I do want to point out. 3.7 itself identifies St Peter's School, and Cabinet will obviously remember the very difficult decision we had to make to close that school because of the drastically falling pupil numbers in the city. By the way, why are the numbers falling in our city so much? Because of the same thing we're talking about. It's such an unaffordable city that families have been moving out. An amazing statistic that came out very recently, that the birth rate in this city from 2013 to 2022 fell 29%. And by 2022, we had the 3rd lowest birth rate of any local authority in England. Now, there's also obviously complex reasons as to why birth rates fall. They are falling nationally, but they have fallen to such a degree in this city, and the numbers of pupils we're seeing come into our schools each year have fallen to such a degree, in my opinion, and I think in everyone's opinion here, because the city has become so unaffordable. If we look at rents in this city, another measure that came out this year, on average, residents are spending 44, for renters, private renters, on average, they're spending 44% of their income on rent. That's the fourth most unaffordable local authority in the whole country. The two things are intrinsically linked. So we had to make some difficult decisions to close some of our schools because the numbers weren't there. I am pleased in a sense that we are now going to consider, as is set out in the report, transferring St Peter's School to our housing revenue account to potentially build new social and affordable homes for our residents in that part of town. Bartholomew House is a large office block in the centre of town, opposite Brighton Town Hall. Part of that has already been vacated for use by council staff, and we are looking to therefore make use of this building. I think technically we will actually likely retain the freehold of that building, but look to let on a very long lease to get some commercial tenants in there. That will both reduce our operating costs, but also generate some capital receipt. Woodingdean Cottages is one worth pointing out, which is that there's a number of cottages that are adjacent to an historic swimming pool that hasn't been in use for many, many years, and there is a plan to look at can those be released to the housing revenue account to potentially get some more housing in there, and Councillor Allen might have some questions on that. Bellevue Cottages is at the top of Bear Road. It's a strip of actually private land, but where there is a plot of land next to the land that we're suggesting could be released and potentially bought and developed, but in doing so generating a receipt. There's also a number of commercial properties in the centre of town that are set out in 3.18, 3.19 and 3.20. I do want to just briefly touch on the topic we talked about earlier. I won't totally rehash the conversation with Pippa, but to reiterate, I've tried to give some of the context of what this whole report is about, which is that we've got to try and release capital receipts and assets for the council to meet our core objectives. In doing so, some of those are commercial receipts, but I want to reiterate what I said earlier to Pippa, that we're committed to working with the Sussex Arts Club to ensure we find a way to make sure they have a long-term future in that building and keep contributing all the things that they do to the vibrant nature of our city and the creative nature of our city, and I'm very much committed to doing that, so I want to put that on the record. There's also some agricultural holdings, which is 15 Stanmer Village. That is currently an empty property that was within Brighton Hove Estates Conservation Trust. It's now vacant, and so the proposal is that would likely be sold on the open market. It's difficult to see that one as an HRA property, and so it might be better to dispose of that on the open market and then use the funds to do the buying of the other properties as has been discussed. 3.28 just sets out, as Councillor Williams has said, the details of the properties that we're looking to acquire very rapidly. Two of those are in my ward of Moulscombe and Bevendine. I believe one is a former student block of flats that can now be used for two families of 3 and 4 people that will no longer have to be in precarious temporary accommodation. It's also, again, interesting, the Rottingdean address. We've already acquired some properties in that housing development in Rottingdean, but I also think it's a nice one to point out because it is really important that we have social and temporary accommodation in all areas of our city, including Rottingdean, which historically would be considered quite an affluent village. It's really important that we have mixed communities, and I'll be really pleased to see some families moved into those properties. So just in conclusion, Chair, I want to just briefly summarise the recommendations that I'm asking for agreement from Cabinet today. It's agreeing a plan to generate 50 million of capital receipts by 2030. It's a plan to agree an overall approach where we look to acquire 200 units for Brighton and Hove families. It's agreeing a specific set of acquisitions that I've just talked about for 19 units into council ownership, and it's agreeing the set of properties that are listed in both Part 1 and Part 2 to look to generate those capital receipts or be repurposed for housing. So with that, Chair, happy to take any comments or questions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. I thought that was very comprehensive. I just wanted to simply add something in terms of a slightly deeper dive on temporary accommodation, or some more sort of granular detail on temporary accommodation. As of June last year, our data tells us that there were 1,411 children aged under 17 living in temporary accommodation. And that amounts to 40% of our homeless population in the city. Now, when you think about the fact that children make up only 17% of the city's population, that tells you that children are disproportionately represented in the temporary accommodation bracket. We know, I'm sure all of us in this room that have, engage and support our families that are being made homeless, that are trying to get into temporary accommodation and find more long-term solutions. The human cost, the impact that it has on parents, the impact that it has on children, and how harrowing the fear and anxiety and stress is that goes alongside those circumstances. Shelter, the organisation Shelter's national research has found that 61% of parents in temporary accommodation report increased stress or anxiety in their children. 52% saw worsening depression. 28% said their children struggle to make or keep friends. And I think that's a really important factor. We know that when people are placed in temporary accommodation, particularly if we end up placing out of area, it can have a really devastating impact on social networks, support structures. For children, it can mean that they're not able to realistically attend the school where they may have, already built up friendship networks and have support in place. And over half from this national research reported missed school days, and nearly half saying their children were falling behind academically. And I raise that because I think it's very important for us to understand and reflect on the impact that this has, particularly on our children in the city, and why I think the measures being brought forward in conjunction here are so vitally important. And as a Labour politician, as a Labour council, I think it is absolutely right that we look at the entirety of what this council has at its disposal. Our assets, our physical assets, are just as important to achieving our political priorities and our political purpose, the reason why we're doing this work, as anything that the council has at its disposal, as much as any policy or any other kind of intervention. The assets that have been built up by this council over so many decades and generations are meant to be to serve our residents. And whereas in the past it may have been the case that what made most sense for this council was to have reams and reams of commercial property, and of course, the commercial portfolio plays a really significant part in income generation. I'm not saying it doesn't, but whereas in the past it may have made sense for the balance to lie there, what we can clearly see from all the reasons that Councillor Taylor gives is that that balance has shifted. And at the moment, we have families, we have residents, we have communities in this city that are struggling, that are dealing with quite devastating personal circumstances because of the sheer cost and the sheer insecurity that comes with the housing crisis that we inherited both locally and nationally. So as Labour politicians and as a Labour council, it's absolutely right that we look at our assets and we say the most fundamental thing we need to deliver for our residents is a safe, secure home, particularly for our children. Comments or questions, Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Chair. Very well. I do strongly disagree with Councillor Taylor that this is a failure of policy. This is the direct framework of neoliberalism, of taking public wealth and putting it into private hands, and that has been something that has been moulded over 30, 40 years. And I want to say that I question what is the sign of a good committee councillor. There are councillors up and down the country who act as kind of civic dignitaries, who cut ribbons and things like that. There are some up and down the country who rock up at a meeting now and then, stay for a couple of hours and then go off home. But I know many councillors, including myself, have gone down to help residents register as homeless. And it's an experience that doesn't leave you. I mean, it's absolutely a harrowing situation, trying to support someone at one of the worst moments in their lives. And I'm sure we all have examples we can offer of that. There are far too many people growing up without the security of a permanent home. And that's why, ideologically, I think this is the right approach. Disposing of buildings instead of services, terms and conditions for workers, or shrugging our shoulders saying we can't do anything, it's too hard. I completely agree. There are things we can do. Councillor Maclay said earlier in her representation, which is a trope I've heard before, that we're getting rid of the family silver. Well, what are the Greens plans for the Oxford Street Housing Office? And what are the Greens plans for the slipper baths? I bring up those two examples because they're in her ward. I've not heard of an alternative suggestion for how we can maximise those properties that we own, other than, oh, we'll just cling on to them and I'm sure they'll come in handy another day. But the urgency is today. And so I think that's very short-sighted. And that's why I especially welcome the inclusion of the derelict swimming pool in Woodingdean in this list. It's something I raised almost immediately after being elected. It's been derelict since 2008. I vaguely remember swimming in it once and then it closed the next day. Why this council has sat on that for over 15 years, I have no answer to. It's exactly the kind of site we should be building on. And that's why I want to make everyone aware of a young woman called Scarlett Chapman, who is a 15-year-old activist in the city who grew up in temporary accommodation. And I met her a couple of weeks ago at a planning consultation for 4 new council houses in Woodingdean that are in the pipeline. And she campaigns on the very simple premise that we should find nooks and crannies around the city to squeeze new homes in. And her campaign is called Mission Home. And since the age of 8, she's raised over £10,000 for homelessness causes and is now spending her time pushing for us to unlock plots of land like derelict swimming pools, like old council offices that can ease the strain of unsecure housing. And so I'd encourage everyone to look up her website, Mission Home, and I'm sure she'll be coming to a council meeting near you to push us on that. And so my one caveat to this is, of course, as Councillor Taylor said, there are still organisations within some of these properties, and I would strongly encourage engaging often and robustly to ensure that any transition can be as smooth as possible, because, as you say, it's these organisations that really make Brighton and Hove what it is. But fundamentally, this is the right thing to do and will benefit a countless number of people, not just the people we're housing, but their families, their friends, the people that are their support networks that are picking up a lot of the aftershock of the housing crisis in this city.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Before I take any further questions, colleagues wanted to go into part 2 on this paper? No? Okay, we'll proceed. Councillor Williams.
Just wanted to add a few things to that. Thank you for raising those issues, and you're absolutely right. Years and years I've been doing that and I've been begging, and I'm really pleased that we're actually finally doing this. 2 houses there, 5 houses there, wherever it is, whatever it takes, we're doing it. I'm really thrilled that this administration is taking that forward. I did want to emphasise, though, you raised the thing with Councillor Maclay and selling the family silver. Well, we're not actually, are we? We're just moving it around because actually we still own these properties. This is the beauty of this. This is why I'm always saying, let's buy it, let the HRA do it, let's find some money to keep it in the family. We're just using it differently. We're using it in a better way, and we're using it to save our families from these tragic situations. So I'm really thrilled, and thank you for raising that.
Putting the family silver to good use. Councillor Taylor.
Oh, or indeed it's families before family silver. I mean, our assets are not a trophy cabinet. They're there for the people of the city. And as you say, there is a very direct and serious need at the moment. And that's what we're doing. So I wanted to quickly draw out something that Councillor Allen said, which is, you're right, it's not a failure of policy. In many ways, it's the coming home to roost of a series of deliberate policies. And effectively, it's 2 policies that are stacked up on themselves. The first is the privatisation in the 80s, and most importantly, right to buy. The number of council units is something like 2 million. has been lost in this country since Right to Buy, and the amount that have been brought back into the public sector is about 2%. So we've sold off 2 million and we've regained 2%. I mean, if you want an understanding of why the housing crisis is so bad in this country, that's basically it. And then we had the period to make things worse of austerity from 2010 onwards, and then what austerity did, he said, well, we've now got to cut many of the public services that basically were holding together society after that period of privatisation and sell-off. And so that's where we are, right? And that's where the council is. The council has got huge demand pressures because of the fundamental unfairness of society, and we've got huge housing pressures because of that sell-off of social housing, and we're trying to turn the corner, and the government's trying to turn the corner nationally with building 1.5 million new homes. As many of those as possible need to be social and affordable houses, and we're trying to do our bit here in Brighton.
Miller.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo colleagues' comments about this has been, I would say, a policy success for the Conservative government. And interestingly, a lot of the financial pressures that government is facing now and that we are facing now is due to the raised welfare bill housing benefit, because of course that is a direct transfer of wealth, as has been mentioned, from the public to the private sector. And that has been a political choice. And that is something that we are trying to address. So I completely support this weighting of our transfer weighting of our property portfolio from the commercial towards the housing sector. And I'd just like to say also that we are thinking long term here, because those children who are experiencing additional stress and trauma will struggle in later life, and we will need to support them. If we can help them have secure housing now and have a secure and happy childhood and live in a stable environment, we will have happier, better adjusted residents later on who are able to contribute to society rather than deal with the trauma that's been inflicted on them through our homelessness crisis.
Absolutely, well said, Councillor Miller. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Moody.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor and Williams, for your presentation. Very, very positive. And I think this is absolutely vital. I get some of those points raised. There clearly has been a policy to move to right to buy and privatisation and other intentional policies by politicians previously to diminish this access to permanent homes for many residents, and particularly in relation to families. And so it seems only right to counter this in the means that we have, and certainly use the family silver to help families. I think that's a very, very good point. One of the things about temporary accommodation in our city, there are some people in temporary accommodation are in temporary accommodation for many years. And I think the mistake perhaps has been made with is that the people think there's a static thing somehow. People, well, that's where they are for a period, etc. But actually, people live dynamic lives. You know, they get into relationships. They have children, and children grow up, and so having a home is so much more important. And the challenge I know in the city is having the accommodation that allows families to live in one place and to call it home, a permanent location where they can develop stronger relationships within their community, their school community, and other contexts. So and yes, one solution is to build more, and I know that's very much on the heart of many people, many Cabinet members here today, that we do build more, but that takes time, and I think this means that we can respond so much quicker. And I particularly honour this policy. It will make definite differences to many people, particularly those homeless or temporary accommodation, get them a home. And I certainly encourage family homes to be purchased as soon as possible, so we get more and more families into more permanent accommodation, and they can move away from the temporary uncertainty to something they can call home as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Mootin. I've got Councillor Okins then Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat what's been said already because I agree with it with every sort of fibre of my being, particularly on the transfer of public money into private hands. And I think all of us since day one of being elected, and indeed before being elected in the campaign, we know all too well the nature of the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis in the city. I want to address a very specific point in this report, which is in 2.3, which is around the Downland estate. And I just wanted to flesh it out and address it directly because for those not close to it, it might not be completely clear what it means. But I want to just deal with that head on and explain why that's in there. So this essentially relates to a previous policy which we're proposing to essentially change now as part of this report, which goes back to 2022, I believe, which relates to essentially a ring fencing of any capital receipt from an asset that we sell from within the City Downland estate, to ring fence that money to support the sort of continued delivery of the Downland Estate Plan, which for those most people will be aware is our work on nature recovery and sustainable food and public open access and all the brilliant things that we want to be doing more of on the South Downs. So this is something that I've struggled with because I lead that work and it's something that I'm incredibly passionate about, and I would love to be able to spend more money on the South Downs and really sort of turbocharge that work, and I believe we still can. But I just want to sort of flesh out why this change has come forward. And I think the best example really is that this is combined with a proposal in this report to sell a cottage that happens to be in the City Downland estate. A cottage, obviously, another word for a house. This is essentially a house that is empty. It has nobody living in it, and with the ring fence in place, we of course wouldn't be able to do what we're suggesting to do here, which is essentially to sell that empty house that nobody lives in, and by the way, we can't use for temporary accommodation because it wouldn't meet the standards, and it's not suitable in a range of other ways. And the housing team did look at it, so we do know that. We wouldn't be able to do what we're suggesting, which is to sell that and use that money instead to support the acquisition of some of these properties that we're talking about, to support the families that are in such terrible need. And the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis is in equal measure crushing for the families and everyone who is caught up in this, but also having an absolutely crippling effect on us financially. So we do have to have, much as I like the idea of the ring fence and being able to keep that flow of capital within the Downland estate, we do ultimately have to have some flexibility in our sort of capital and our capital receipts. But I just want to, for anyone watching who is a stakeholder in this, and I know we've had representations from some in the last few days, this in no way means that we won't be spending any money on the South Downs. The City Downland Estate Plan is a personal passion of mine. It's a priority of this administration. It has cross-party support, and we will continue to do what we need to do to progress the outcomes of the Downland Estate Plan. So I just wanted to sort of reiterate that and make that really, really clear. Thanks.
Just to come back on that, Chair, I know Councillor Robbins wants to come in. So yeah, I also sort of acknowledge that there is some upset and concern about this change in policy. Councillor Rogans has sort of set out the justification, and I think what I would say is the policy was framed fairly broadly in what it caught, which is that anything in the estate. Well, as Councillor said, we're talking about a house here. We're not talking about selling off a huge farm or a huge part of the South Downs forest. We're talking about a single house here. And, is it really right in the overall context to sell a single house and have that ring fenced solely for use in the South Downs, or does it need to go to the overall needs of the council? But to sort of confirm what Councillor Rogans say, I'd like to meet with you and with the DAP to actually go through, well, what are the high priority capital programmes, how can we work those up, and how can we potentially fund those? Because this report is not saying we will never need to invest in the South Downs and the National Park, but I think what we need to do as a next step is, work together to figure out what are the priority investments and see whether we can fund them.
Councillor Robbins.
Thanks very much, and I shan't be long because I think everybody's said all there is to say again. But you know, like everybody else in this room, I regularly get casework, ward work, where people come to me because they've got housing problems. And I dread it, and I'm sure everybody else dreads it. Not only because it's a lot of the stories would break your heart when you listen to what people are going through and what stage they've come into in their life, but also because you know there's going to be precious little you can do about it. You know that you can listen, you know that you can sympathise, but above and beyond that, there's next to nothing we can do about it. And having lived through the last 40 years, Councillor Taylor's point about selling off those council houses just rings so true. I mean, it's just, I could take you to street after street after street in Portslade that used to be entirely council and social housing, that now there wouldn't be a social housing or a council house in it. They've all been sold. They've all gone for a good 3-bedroom, 2-3 front-bedroom family homes with nice sized gardens, all been sold, and now who knows who lives in them, or where the money's gone and where it's going. My sister, when she was pregnant, she was 16 in 1967. It's a different story, but she went to the council and they give her 3 sets of keys and said, take your mum and choose which house you like and come back to us and let us know. 1967, how things have changed. And another thing that I picked up on when Councillor Allen was speaking was about the Greens' answer to these things. And I think we heard another Green answer to it today. And I've got emails that say, the Green councillors tell me they would push back on government cuts. What even does that mean? They push back. What are they going to do? Stand and stamp their feet and cry?
Also, as Councillor Taylor says, there aren't government cuts.
I know. Well, that was the point I was going to go on to make.
Representing the position.
But even if there was, how do you push back on that? You know, if the government were to say to you, we're not giving you any money, what do? You can't stand there and stamp your feet. But as Councillor Taylor said, and as you've just said, Chair, there isn't cuts. This isn't anything to do with current cuts or austerity. This is to do with 40 years of flogging off, if they want to talk about family silver, flogging off the family silver. And now we're reaping the whirlwind of it. So I'd support everything everybody says, and let's hope that one day we can get back to some sense of normality with it all.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Any other questions or comments? In which case, is Cabinet happy to accept the recommendations in this report? Agreed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Right, we move on to our next and last substantive paper today, which is women's football in Sussex. And we will first take the part 1 paper. So this report seeks to outline the significant positive benefits of hosting major international sports competitions in the city and seeks to empower officers to actively pursue similar projects. After the runaway success as a host for the men's and women's rugby World Cups in 2015 and 2025 respectively, and the UEFA Women's Euros in 22, the city has really cemented a reputation as a key host city location for international sport, which is absolutely fantastic, and I think wasn't even in the mind's eye when we did all of the work to get our fantastic stadium built. Adding future major internationals to the city's portfolio will generate worldwide exposure, foster social and cultural impacts, and create a growing sporting legacy for this city. And the recommendations of this report are that Cabinet agrees that international sport, and specifically women's sport, is a great asset to the city and has produced positive outcomes for our residents, and that Cabinet agrees to empower officers to actively seek future opportunities for the city and work with national and local partners to continue to expand Brighton and Hove's reputation as a premier international destination. And just by way of context. I think one really important figure, and something that has really struck me when I've looked at all of the evidence that has been gathered so far on international tournament hosting, is that when we hosted the Women's European Cup in 22, in Brighton and Hove, we leveraged the highest gross value added yield of any host city of £8 million, due in part to the extended stays and overnight visits from fans. So I think we have really clear evidence that the particular sort of unique package that we can offer here in the city, the proximity to Gatwick Airport, the fact that we have, our beautiful coastline, we have our South Downs National Park, so much for people to do culturally in the city, as well as, go off to the stadium and watch sporting events, means that we've got this, quite incredible comparative advantage in terms of the economic impact that we can generate. But beyond even that economic impact, we see from hosting these tournaments an increase in tourism, which boosts our businesses as well as hotels, restaurants and retail outlets. It gives us global media exposure, which really enhances our reputation internationally. I think there is a really significant social impact. I've certainly seen hosting international athletes, particularly within women's sport, is a way to demonstrate to girls and women here in the city, what is possible, to generate interest in active lifestyles and inspire the next generation to participate. 76% surveyed about the Women's European Cup said that hosting it made them feel positive about where they live, and 72% said that hosting it made them feel happier. So there is that real impact on well-being as well. Hosting these sorts of opportunities also provides volunteer opportunities, which can really foster a sense of community engagement, cohesion, skills development, and as well as all of those things, there are opportunities to promote sustainability, environmental awareness, so many kind of legacy impacts that I think we are now seeing the accumulation of. So that's the sort of context as to why I think we're looking to empower officers to continue to pursue these opportunities. Does anyone have comments or questions on the report? Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. So I attended the recent Women's World Cup game at the Amex Stadium. Fortunately, I saw my team Ireland get absolutely stuffed by a very good New Zealand side. There was a real buzz about the town that weekend, and it was great to be a part of it. Hosting matches like this really engage our residents and gives us an opportunity to showcase our city to the world. It provides an economic boost to the city, with tourists either spending a day or a long weekend here. At the turn of the millennium, the slogan for the campaign to build the football stadium at the Falmouth site was, "Every great city needs a great stadium." Of course, the immediate aim for building a permanent stadium in the city was to safeguard the future of the Albion, but there was always going to be a possibility that this would open up the city to being able to host top international events. Alongside the recent Women's Rugby World Cup, we've also hosted the men's edition in 2015. That weekend saw the city host one of the most memorable games in the history of the sport. Japan shocking South Africa to win the match with a last-minute try. And naturally, I had tickets for the following day's match, the less memorable Samoa versus United States. We also hosted 2 matches in the Women's European Championships in 2022 and have hosted the England men's under-21s team. Hosting top events is massive for our city, our residents and our region. It brings excitement and leaves a legacy.
Thank you so much. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, like Councillor Hewitt, I'm a huge advocate of the benefits of women's sport for our city and our residents. And I just wanted to share with you some really brilliant stats that we're beginning to collate the outdoor events team is beginning to collate regarding our recent matches for the Women's Rugby World Cup. So we had 30,000 attendees at 2 sold-out games, and approximately 72% of those attending stayed at least one night in the city. That's over 40,000. Some will be staying with family and friends, but that will have contributed hugely to the tourism economy in the city. And what it does is it generates a lot more revenue for the city. As a county and as a city, we are trying to increase the overnight spend because it is so much higher than the day tripper spend, and it brings so much more to our economy. And so this kind of event, which not only brings in direct benefit like that, it's also the potential for billions of people to see our city internationally. That is publicity that we simply cannot afford. And it puts us on the world map, and it makes people see what a fabulous place Brighton and Hove is. So we have both the benefits to our residents, such as we had 25 programs led by the Healthy Lifestyle team, where 845 women and girls engaged with this in the fan zone at that recent weekend. We had 2,000 people engaging with arts and crafts in the fan zone. These are direct benefits to the residents and visitors, but in terms of our economy and our tourism economy, and in building up our profile internationally, this kind of publicity and event is invaluable. We cannot pay for the kind of publicity that this will bring for the city. We simply do not have those advertising resources. So this is the kind of thing that we always want to keep encouraging. We want to look at how we can increase events and increase the profile of women's sport in the city, because we can make ourselves a real centre for women's sport, in the same way that bringing the plans of the Brighton and Hove Women's Albion team, they are looking at building the first purpose-built women's stadium. We have become a centre for women's sports, so we need to keep promoting that, working on it, finding how we can bring that more of that into the city. So I'm really pleased to be supporting this. The promotion of women's sport.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I'm going to go to Councillor Okins.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sport in this city has been quite a story, hasn't it? Obviously, we had the construction of the Amex Stadium, accompanied by the sort of meteoric rise of Brighton and Hove Albion to the Premiership, and recently to see the unbelievable successes in England's women's sports, particularly Lionesses and the Red Roses, obviously having achieved such incredible things. And I'm actually just going to name check my niece, actually, who plays in the Junior Premier League. She plays for Ebbsfleet in Kent, and she's recently trialled for West Ham and is about to try out for Chelsea. And I believe is also heading to the United States fairly soon to do a football, or should I say soccer, scholarship over there, which is a path trodden by some of the Lionesses I mentioned earlier. So it's amazing to see her having been so inspired and to be on that journey. So for us and our city to be playing a part in that story, particularly with women's sport and inspiring the sort of next generation of young women is amazing. So I'm very excited to see what we can do.
Thanks, Councillor Okins. Councillor Robbins.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I was very prominent in bringing the women's European championships to the city, and you would not believe the arguments and fights I had to try and persuade people to do that. Opposition parties saying, well, it's going to cost us a bit of money, and it's not guaranteed that anybody's going to come and watch it, and it was a real battle to get that done. And and I think he's no longer, well, he is still with us. I don't want to give the wrong impression, but he's no longer with the council. But Ian Sharrock, who really battled hard, and Kerry Taylor, who's still with the council, to get that put on. And it was a real coup in the end, and it went very, 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 very well, and really encouraged women's and girls' sport to the extent now where I met with Councillor Allen yesterday to talk about Woodindean Wanderers, who now have 22 teams playing for them, and a good half of those teams are women and girls teams. I met Hove Park Colts, 29 teams play for them. 9 of those teams are women and girls teams. And it is just so normal and natural now to find women's sport, football, rugby, cricket, whatever it is played and played to such a high standard that it's no longer any sort of novelty or anything. It's just, you know, what it is, bought and played internationally. So I think if you know, this can only be a good thing, and long may it go on.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Councillor Robbins, and well done on that initiative. You're right, it was a brilliant success, and look where we are now. Any comments or questions, or are councillors happy to accept it? No? We're going to move into part 2 first. So, forgive me. I now propose that we resolve to exclude the press and public under section 100A, section 4 of the Local Government Act 1972, and move to confidential session. Thank you, colleagues.